Hello and welcome to the last round of the Bundesliga and Women's Bundesliga. We have big matchups today coming up. One of them you just saw on the starting screen, Arjun Erigaisi against Abdusattorov Nordiebek. So that is pretty huge coming up today. But our chat also told us that we have Kostemyuk against Nino in the Women's Bundesliga, two GMs fighting each other. So this is also a big thing. And we just reached 35,000 followers on the Lichess Twitch channel. So thanks everyone for following and congratulations to Rihanna, who is the 35,000 follower today. So yeah, we also got a question about how some of the games ended yesterday, and since we don't have the starting boards yet, I would have a quick look on what happened yesterday. So first we can have a look at the standings, at the results there. So that's what we're gonna do first. Let me real quick. So yeah, these are the results of yesterday, and we stopped without knowing how this match here would end. Deggendorf was in the lead 4-3 against Werder Bremen, and one last game was still going on where Zaha Efimenko was up in exchange, but it was super hard, and I actually saw that he played almost 6 hours to win this game in the end to secure the draw. So we will definitely have a look at this matchup, how he managed to win this endgame here, which was really drawish, not many pawns left. So yeah, we will have a look at that. And then we also saw that before we stopped yesterday, this game was still going on. It was 3-4 for Baden-Baden, and the last game still playing ended in a draw as well. So Baden-Baden secured their win with 1 win and 7 draws in this matchup. Decisive had a pretty big win over Mülheim. Bayern Munich also won against St. Pauli. So Bayern Munich had some really important wins this weekend. They actually won both of their matches so far on Friday and Saturday, and with that they secured their stay in the league. Because before the weekend they were on the seats for the people who would have to leave the league, but they actually made it. So they will not have to leave. But sad news for all the Bad Mergentheim fans here. But Mergentheim actually lost yesterday, and it was their last match because today they're not playing. So there's always one team who's not playing, and today it's Bad Mergentheim. And they're right now on the second last place, so there's no chance for them to still make the league because they're not playing today. So yeah, that's really sad news. And the other team who is on the danger of leaving the league is Mülheim Nord. Mülheim Nord has to win today to make the league, but they are playing against Baden-Baden today, so it's gonna be super tough for them to score some points. Yeah, so these are the results of yesterday, and we saw yesterday that Düsseldorf did not go with their best starting position because they did not let Wesley So play yesterday. But today I saw Wesley So is playing again. So for all of the Wesley So fans, that's really good news. And a quick look at the Women's Bundesliga from yesterday. So here are the results of yesterday. Baden-Baden won yesterday after Josefina Heinemann, the last game, managed to win her end game. Schwäbisch Hall had a 6-0 defeat. I'm really sorry for Bayern Munich here. So in the Women's Bundesliga, it's not looking so great for Bayern Munich. They are on the last place right now in the league, and they're probably not gonna make it anymore. Then we have Bad Königshofen against Tura. They're still in the first lead. And I calculated a little bit. As long as Bad Königshofen is not gonna lose like 6-0 today, they should be champion. So it's not 100% sure, but they should be. Yeah, the Rodewische Schachmietzen lost against Hamburg, so big win for Hamburg there. Solingen won against Löberitz. And this was a big win for Hema, because Hema was on the last place yesterday of the league and they made their first win. And today, Hema is gonna play against Löberitz, and they are really, this is the match. Who's gonna win is gonna stay in the league. Today, Hema against Löberitz, and the other teams, Bayern and Seeblick, Dipoliswalde, they also have to win, but it's gonna be hard. So these are the results of yesterday's matches, and now we can have a quick look before we get the first games. I want to have a quick look at this game because I already mentioned to you. And hello everyone who is in the chat. Hello Fair Physics. Hello Raju from YouTube. Hello everyone. So this is the game I was just talking about. So White had to win here to make the draw against Deggendorf. And it was a 6-hour game, so super long. We did not watch this game until the end, even though we stayed really long until the Arjun game finished. But we did not watch this game here until the end. So the opening was really solid, really normal. And yeah, things have been traded. White had the hanging pawns here where Black could play against. Queens have been traded, and then we got an endgame. It looks really equal. White has more space, but therefore these pawns can be attacked by Black. Centralizing the pieces. And I think at one point we looked at this position here where there are some weak points in the Black position. And yeah, White did a really good job on playing against that. So here we already see there are some weaknesses that are not easy to be protected here altogether. So that's why in this position we won the exchange, but we also have some weaknesses. So yeah, this position went on for a while. White kept the extra exchange here. I was close to equal because White doesn't have many pawns left. And Black just tried to stay back, not trade anything. And at some point, the knight was traded against the bishop, and we got this position. Really, really hard to defend here with Black because, yeah, with White you can just play this on forever. And now we're gonna have a look at how he actually managed to win this. Why are there no Indian women players in the Women's Bundesliga? That's a really good question. I'm not a team leader, so I'm not deciding who's going to play for which team. But yeah, that's actually a really good question. I don't know. Maybe we'll see some women Indian players next year in the next edition. So a lot of maneuvering. So he realized he would need his king to be activated. So that's why he decided to protect the pawn with the rook and then coming here. And this was the losing move. So he had to stay back. He had to stay passive. That was the way of holding this position. This was losing because now I guess because you come in with a check, I'm not completely sure. And now you can give up this pawn against this pawn, but your rook is finally active. So that makes a big difference. And here you already got a winning pawn endgame, so you can also give up the exchange here. And in this position, he won, because if taking, we have a winning pawn endgame. So really, really tough loss for Black here. Gupta Sankalp, strong GM from India. But yeah, it did not happen for him here. So congratulations on Saha Efimenko, who won after a really, really long game yesterday. And hello everyone in chat. Hello to YouTube. Hello. So yeah, now it's 10:15. So we have a 15-minute delay Oh, and we got our first move. Guys, this is on time today. So yesterday, yes, we do have our first moves. We just got them in. Yesterday, we had to wait a while before we got our first moves. But today, it seems like we just get them right away. So that means they started on time today. So they started on time. And where should we watch when not the top match of Düsseldorf against Viernheim? So Viernheim has to win to still secure the second place and in the league. Düsseldorf is already champion, but the second and the third place is not sure because they're only 1 point separated. And yeah, Baden-Baden is gonna play against Mülheim today, and they're not having the best league. So we do have a delay of 15 minutes, and since it's 10:15 now, we get the first moves. But yesterday it took a little bit longer before we got our first moves. We got them at 10:30 yesterday. Okay, let's look at the opening. We got a French. And yeah, a delayed advance of French. Playing here with F4. Taking all the space and C5. So Arjun decided here to play with the French with black. And yeah, I think French is also really interesting to play at the top level. I mean, we saw it twice at the World Chess Championship last year. So top players are playing the French, and it's always exciting to see, especially if we have the advanced French, because there can be some wild attacks happening. So yeah, I'm really excited to see. I mean, I already said it yesterday that Arjun's game was my favorite game because there was such an interesting opening, but it might be again today. I mean, also, it's the first game we're watching, but the French, I think, is promising us a really interesting game today. Any new players playing today? I have not found any new players. I mean, Wesley So is playing today. He did not play yesterday. He's playing on the second board. So yeah, Düsseldorf is playing with their strongest possible position there, not leaving the 8th board for their sponsor this time. So let's see. Wesley So starting with E4. We have a Sicilian here, an open Sicilian, and the Can variation. So this is our position here now. Okay, black can play, for example, with bishop C5, knight F6, queen C7, knight C6, all playable moves. So yeah, we're in the jungle of the Sicilian, where like basically everything can happen. Yeah, white can always do something like this, or even play with C4, short castle, long castle. We don't know. We will see. In the following moves, Amidyarov having a little thing here, going back with the bishop. This was not one of the moves I showed to you, but definitely So, okay, wait. Oh, he did play knight b3 here. I see. This is the position. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, the bishop has a nice place there on a7. Cannot be attacked, just looking here really smoothly. Yeah, we can play something like queen e2. Yeah, queen e2, knight c3, bishop d2, and long castle would be an option here. Okay, so Wesley So. Oh, actually, Wesley So dropped a little in rating. I mean, he was at 2800, if I'm not mistaken. Amidyarov, they have the exact same rating, actually. Anish Giri, who drew his game yesterday, playing with the black pieces today against Max Zutlu, who had a great tournament at Grenke. So he seems to be in good shape here. Starting with c4. Knight f6. And he's going for the center, putting a pawn on d5. And c5 as well. Yeah, if you can get pawns in the center, that's mostly a good idea. Bishop b2, e3, and d4. Yeah, I mean d4 also prevents white from playing d4, so that's also an advantage. Oh, his top rating was 28-22. Oh, thanks for this information. So it seems like the the peak rating of Wesley was 28-22. Yeah, I knew that he was 2800 before, but 28-22 is strong. I mean, he's also not like the youngest player anymore. I mean, he's still young, but not like Vincent Keimer young. You know what I mean. Okay, d4 here happened, taking there, and rook e1. So this pawn can be a weakness in the future, but now it also helps to restrict a little bit the white pieces here. We can also not develop our knight to c3. So we need to find other ways. I mean, we can also protect this pawn with maybe bishop c5 here. And then play a5 after, so b4 is not gonna happen. Yeah, interesting stuff here for Anish. It was in spring 2017. Knight a3 to c2, an idea. I mean, right now it's Black's turn. But I mean, as when your knight comes here, we always need to think if that might be annoying, followed by a knight coming in here. So, but yeah, in general, for sure. I mean, we can just look at this here. If that's possible. But yeah, it looks like d3 is really annoying, and if our knight goes here, then we just get another pawn, and if we have those pawns here as Black, we're super happy. So we need to be sure if we want to play like this. Yeah, but yeah, good idea. I like that. I think you can also play d3 at some point and trying to get it to e4. You can play d3 at some point. I think that's the way to go to develop it over d2. That should be the way to go, I think. Okay, let's go on to the next board. Alexei Zarana against Yakovir Sindarov. And I think Alexei Zarana won the last two games yesterday and on Friday. So he also has a strong run so far. So let's look at the opening here as well. E4, E5, Knight F3. Okay, we have the Italian. I was already saying we have the Ruy Lopez again, but we have the Italian here. Something we have not seen, I think, this weekend so far. Playing with A3, so you're always able to put your bishop back on A2. Okay. And bishop to e6. So, I mean, you can either take here. You can also just play something like knight c3, because if Black takes here, these double pawns are not really weak. You have good control over this square then. So, yeah, it's not a problem if you let him take like this. As long as you make sure that this one is not hanging. So, knight c3 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's also what's happening here. And we can, like if Black is not taking, for example, castling short, we can still play knight d5 and put our knight here in the center of the board. Okay. Van Forest yesterday had a really nice win, so let's see how this is going so far. Okay, opening is nothing too special here today. Okay, I think h6 is definitely not a main line here. So he had a little surprise on move 3. And that's also where white had a little thing. So white thought about 7 minutes here on this move. And we got into this position here. Okay, h6, interesting. That's not a main line here. Trying to think why h6 here was played. Is he trying to play with g5 at some point? Because, yeah, I mean, knight g5 is not really something white is doing here in these positions. So I'm curious. So it looks like white can also go, since black was really slow, just go for the space here on the queen side. So that's something white could do here. Okay, next position of our top matchup today, Andrei Esipenko against Anton Korobov. Here on board, I think it's board 6. So yeah, if you have Esipenko and Korobov playing on board 6, you already know this is a super strong team because both of them are extremely strong players. So okay, Andrei Esipenko starting with d4. So he played for a really long time yesterday but could not win his position. It was a draw in the end, but secured the first place for Düsseldorf. d5, taking here and going for bishop b5. So here we have just the structure where we have a minority on the queen side, so we can try to go for a queen side attack here. Yeah, we don't want to take here. We don't want to give up the bishop pair for no reason. Also, our bishop has a pretty nice square here on g3, so there is no reason. Why aren't there any moves in Bayern Munich against Werder Bremen? I don't know. Maybe they have some issues with the transmission. Not sure. Maybe all of them overslept. I don't think that's true. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get them in a second. Bishop d3, rook e8, knight f3. Okay, so they know their lines. Knight d2, and here I think is gonna happen was what I just said. So we're playing against a Karlsbader structure where we can do a minority attack to provoke some weaknesses here. And yeah, definitely gonna play on the queen side here. Black therefore tries to get here the pieces out, tries to develop and play in the center and on the king side. So that's something I could imagine happening here in the next move. Yeah, and I also think we'll get the live cams any second, so I will show you as soon as we got them. Ah, there we see. We have the one and only DGT master in the chat. Yeah, moves will come now. We have 15-minute delay. We know, but we already got the other moves. I think 15 minutes before. But we only, so in chat they said we only did not get the Werder Bremen moves so far, but I have not checked this if this is actually true. So yeah. You checked the link and saw moves in the PGN. Awesome, thanks for checking. So I guess then we should see the moves any second as well. Let's go for the next game here. Amin Bassem, and he's also a doctor. I saw that there's in the list Dr. Amin Bassem, so that's really impressive to be a grandmaster and a doctor. So he seems to be a smart person. And starting here with knight f3, really solid opening, trying to get the pawn back with the knight to just develop himself. Taking d3, bishop d2, b4, and b5. We can see moves now. Awesome. Thank you so much for the update. So this is actually a really interesting position, I feel like. So let's just look if the opponent would have not played b5, just play something like short castling, which I think also looks normal. I think we're not really threatening to play something like b5. You can just go to d4, for example, with your knight. So why is b5 necessary? Because b5 is also weakening a lot of squares in the black position as well. Okay, the knight needs to go somewhere, maybe to e3. And this is, yeah, as I said, also weakness. This pawn is protected right now. Maybe even rook b8 playing here. Getting out of this diagonal could be dangerous in the future. And we got our live cams, so let's have a look at them. So here we see board 2 of the matchup. So this is Wesley So against Mamit Yarov. And again, many visitors today. So exciting stuff happening there. Okay, so what happened here was that Amin Bassem decided to go to a5 and trade the knights like this. Interesting. So he just says, fine, I'll have doubled pawn on the a file. But therefore I get the b and the c file, I guess. So that's where he can play for. Yeah, but these pawns can get weak, so I'm interested here. That is interesting. Okay, let's see the next board. Dennis Wagner. I think he did not play yesterday. So they had Rainer Buhmann on the last board yesterday. But we did okay, I don't know what's happening here. So we'll go here again. There we are. So yeah, I guess they all, because we had this question before, if the players come with if the teams come with more than 8 players, and I just heard that a lot of teams actually come with more than 8 players to have an exchange player, a substitute. So that's actually a thing, because you had this question yesterday, and yeah, Viernheim has it, Düsseldorf has it, as we've seen in the last round. So they're changing, and this is also smart, because then your opponents are not 100% sure who is gonna play the rounds. Why does Viernheim only have 4 players? What are you talking about? They have 8 as well. Or where do you see that they only have 4 players? Okay, so what happened here so far at the game of Viktor Bologan against Dennis Wagner? Okay, it was a bad joke. Yeah, so Vierenheim, fear means four in German. Okay, it was a joke. Yeah, we also got the Rui Lopez here. This time, okay, Black is going for a quick g5 in this position, and yeah, it looks like this is really decent for Black. Black also has the bishop out, so he can definitely make some pressure here, and he can still castle short side sometimes. That's not dangerous, but he should only do this when white already castled already. Yeah, I mean the evil bar says black is slightly better. I mean they did have all the pieces developed and they have more space, so makes sense. White took some time to get the bishop here on g3, where it's actually not really great. So after h6, it would also be an option to not go to h4, but stay on this diagonal here. But he decided to put the bishop on g3 for now. And we hope that this bishop will have something to do in the future, because on g3, it's not doing... yeah. Yeah, really interesting. Maybe something like just bishop d7. I mean, white should play d4 as quick as possible, because yeah, black extended on the side, so we should try to open up the center, because the king is not the safest, so we should play with d4 as quick as possible. So a possible move for black would also be to play bishop a7 already, so d4 will not come with an attack here. These are the possible moves here. Okay, let's have a look at a different matchup. So let's see board 1 of Kirchweihe against Decisive, Ivan Zaric against Dimitri Kollas. On board 1, Dimitri defended yesterday an endgame where he was down a pawn until the end, and he managed to get the draw. So that was an awesome result for him. So congratulations to Dimitri to secure that draw. e4, c5. Again, a Sicilian. We see a lot of Sicilians this weekend. Playing here with a quick h3. I mean, I guess maybe he wants to play also with bishop e3 and doesn't want the annoying knight g4 to happen. That would make sense. Or he just wants to go with g4. Quick g4 also. Okay, quick g4 is what's happening here. Just, yeah, so Dimitri woke up and is like, okay, let's have an interesting game. So it looks like Ivan Zaric already had to spend some time here. I mean, it is a really sharp line that Dimitri is playing here, but there is a possibility for a queen trade, and it's actually the best for white to trade the queens here and just develop further. So we will get this pawn here most likely back, and then we just have a little bit advantage in the development, because black already has the king on d8. We can still castle, and we have here yeah, a nice space advantage. So that's something that could happen here. So let's see. Okay, so actually it did not happen. Oh, he did not take with the pawn. He took with the knight here. So now the knights have been traded. And now you can still go for this trade and play something like knight c3 and attack this. So it seems like this is maybe also nicer to get it taken back with the knight. the pawn here on d4. But yeah, black will not be able to defend this pawn. So yeah, this will be an endgame here soon, I guess. Queen takes d8 is the best move. So game has the clock on the wrong side. Never saw that in a top game. How do you know that it's on the wrong side? Why should it be on the wrong side? I mean, it always depends. I mean, the referees decide where the clock is standing, and they're making it so that they can see all the clocks at the same time. So yeah. So here we have Matthias Blübaum against Ante Brkic. And Matthias is going for Caro-Kann here. Advanced Caro-Kann and playing with quick c5. It's always good to try to attack the center quick here in the advanced Caro-Kann, getting the pieces out. At some point you can also play with bishop g6, knight f5 maybe. And white can here also play with c4 as well. I thought black had the choice of which side to put the clock on. Is that not the case? Not at top tournaments, no. I mean, that's maybe a rule when you play like local tournaments or something, like an unspoken rule. But the referee decides where it has to stand. Because if there's like so many clocks in a big tournament, the referee needs to look at all of them at the same time. So they need to stand on the same side. That's mostly the reason for the decision on what side the clocks are standing. Yes, referee has to see the clock and then they flip the board so that black has the right hand advantage. Okay, I don't know about that rule. I mean, I'm a lefty anyway, so I guess I would be happy here if I would be Mamedyarov, but you started to follow Bundesliga just because of us commentating. I love to hear that. That's amazing. Thank you so much for saying that. Yeah, I mean the Bundesliga is the biggest league of the world, so happy to get more people to watch it. Can you look at the game of Elina, please? Sure, we can do this. Let's have a look at the women's section. We did not stop there now. Okay, before that, do we have... Okay, let's just have a quick look at the opening of David Navarra versus Vincent Keimer before we go to the women's section. I mean, there's so many boards. We calculated it's 92 boards, so always happy to get wishes from you guys which board to look at. Elina drew yesterday. She drew yesterday pretty quickly after a tough loss on Friday where she blundered a piece in the end game. It was really hard, so a quick draw was probably a good decision to just restore your energy. So here Vincent Keimer going for a really solid opening, not making any decisions so far, I just wanted to say, and then he goes with g4. Okay, interesting stuff happening here. He just, I just want to say he's just going for the bishop, but then he took on c6. Okay, interesting stuff here. So black has a little bit damaged pawn structure. I think it really makes sense that he did not take here because the rook is still on h8 and can be really annoying. So he decided to play against the pawn structure here, and knight d2. So this is the position we have right now. Yeah, it's we can play with maybe c4 in the future, maybe a4 in the future. f4 also an option. We need to decide where our king should be. Should we move our bishop to g2 and castle short side or not? So these are decisions that need to be made. We have many boards and lots of time. No need to hurry. That's true. Always interesting in chess Bundesliga which team retreats. Kiel, Epping, Hockenheim, Lübeck. Examples are numerous. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I was actually wondering this morning which teams already retreated before Kiel. I mean, it's always a money thing, right? Because it's really expensive to have a team in the Bundesliga, because all players that are playing in this league are pro players, so they need to get paid. And if you're short on sponsors, then it's hard to pay them. And yeah, so the e5 square is great for that knight. So you think we should, I mean, we already had a knight here, but then he played knight c6. But yeah, I think it's a good idea to get another knight there as well, because our bishop here also helps a lot. So this is another top board. I will just look at all the top boards for a second before we go to the Women's Bundesliga. So this is Tabatabai. How did he actually play yesterday? I'm not completely sure. I will have a quick check, because he still played and he won his game. He was in an exchange up for ages and he actually won in the end. So yeah. Here, let's look at the opening. Okay, we have another Italian game here. Playing with a4, taking the space here, h3, and also a5. Okay, interesting. I mean, you're just taking the space here. Yeah, maybe a6 is an option. Otherwise, we might play a6 at some point ourselves. We will play something like bishop e3, getting our pieces out. A lot can happen here. Okay, and then the top board of Hamburg versus Dresden. And this is the top board. It's not the Frederick Swane board, which I thought yesterday. No, with top boards, I mean that we look at all the top boards at the Open Bundesliga before we go to the top boards at the Women's Bundesliga. Knight f3, knight c3. Oh, we got a different cam here of Arjun. No? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so here black is Nils Candelius, top board of Hamburg. Okay, here really solid opening by black, just a semi-Slav taking back with the e-pawn so that the bishop is able to be developed. And we saw the structure already in another game with the Karlsbader structure where white can do a minority attack. Personally, I like to play against the Karlsbader structure because I think the plan here is really easy for white, and black is like, okay, they need to play in the center, but Yeah, I would prefer this structure here with the white pieces, but yeah, that's also just me. Okay, what is doing Frederick here against Jergus Peshak, strong GM from Dresden. He's not actually from Dresden, but he's playing for Dresden. Okay, so Black is playing the Pirk. We saw that yesterday in the game of Fiona against Josephina, also the Pirk opening. Not known to be the best opening, and White is going for a long castle here. And just trying to get the space on the king side. And this is the position we have right now. I think this is actually a really interesting position because I feel like it's really likely that we have opposite side castles coming up here. If Black decides to take here, we can just take back with the rook. If something like c6 happening, yeah, we will just go here. I don't know, b4 knight e2, getting everything ready to advance further on the king side. So interesting stuff happening. Yeah, what is if just something like bishop b7 here happens? Yeah, at some point maybe knight g5. But king b1 seems like a good choice. That's always a move we kind of need in these positions. So yeah. Cat, will you back to the previous board, will you? We will come back to all the boards later. Okay. Yeah, just saw that people complaining about the ads. That's sadly not our control. But if you leave a subscription for Twitch, lichess.org, then you will not have ads anymore. I know that's not great, but that's the only option to not see the ads anymore. But yeah, we're not. It's not in our control how many ads are shown. So. Okay, there is the women's board. So this is the board of Hannah Marie Kleck against Svenja Butnant. Hannah having a great weekend. Two strong German players. And what happened here? So this looks already like a lot has happened. Okay, Black needs to move the knight. Maybe something like knight to e7. And yeah, these teams, so as I already said, Bayern Munich is on the, I think, even last place of the league right now. So they would need to win today, but they're playing against Decisive, so this is gonna be super tough for them. Yeah. This is not gonna be fun at all. And yeah, okay, so what's happening after 97? So this pawn is attacked, so what are we doing about it? Well, it looks like we can just play like this, right? Because you cannot take, there's bishop h7 and this one is hanging. That's nice. That's a nice tactic. Okay, I see. So this is not in danger right now. Okay, but we had the wish of Eline Röbers, who is playing for Hamburg against Jana Schneider, who is playing for Bad Königshofen. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Jana Schneider did not play yesterday, but she's playing today again. And yeah, if Bad Königshofen is not losing like 6-0 today, I think they should be the champions because they're in the lead. And yeah, Elena Röbers had a tough time. As mentioned, she lost her first game against Lara Schulze, blundering a piece in the end game. So that was unfortunate. Going for an open Sicilian here, Jana. And G6, bishop G5. So here it's also an idea to play with like Queen D2 to be able to trade off the bishops, because then the black king will be really weak with the black squares here. So that's something you can do. But she decided to go for the long castle instead, playing with H4 here and retreating the bishop back to E3. Yeah, so I'm not completely sure. Black is probably keeping the king in the middle for a while right now, because if she's castling, there are some weaknesses. So H5 is also nice against G4. Like G4 is not a great idea right now, because black can actually just take this pawn here and yeah, get all the pieces to good squares. So this is preventing us for now to play G4. So we will first continue to just develop our pieces to then at some point be able to play G4. Yeah, English it is today. Yeah, we're commentating on English because there are so many international top players here today. Okay, so I hope you're still here, wishing for the Elena Rybak board. But this is gonna be interesting game here. Yeah, it seems like it's still an option to go for Queen D2. Even though right now Bishop H6 is not a threat anymore because it's covered. But yeah. It's also an idea to play with A3 to just have some control over B4 right now to slow the attack a little bit down. So that's also something you can do here. Okay, and then I remember we also had the wish for our strongest women's board. I think we've seen, I think we've seen the whole weekend, which would be Kostyniuk against Nino. So we will have a look at this one. Two legends in chess, two GMs here playing against each other on the top board in Schwäbisch Hall against OSG Baden-Baden. And yeah, this is, so Baden-Baden is pretty sure to be already second place, but Schwäbisch Hall with such a strong team trying to their best to defeat them today. So we'll see how this one goes. Alexandra Kostyniuk starting with D4. Oh, here, yeah, nice opening with B5. You can play this to prevent C4 for later reasons, to take the space here on the queen side. So yeah, white will not play C4 anytime soon against the setup, but B5 of course also weakens a little here the squares on the queen side. Short castle and A4. Yeah, Alexandra is trying to take advantage here of these weaknesses, playing C4 anyway and taking back with a knight. And here we see that black does have some weak pawns here. They need to figure out what to do with them. Castling short side, and yeah, so we have a really nice square here maybe in the future for our pawns. We want to prevent black from playing c5, so that's why we play b4 ourselves here. And I have to say, this is a position I kind of like for the white pieces. We already have a passed pawn here. Maybe play something like knight e2, maybe get some pieces here on the c file to play against the c pawn. Yeah, I guess black is gonna play with like maybe bishop to a6. The bishop cannot really go anywhere else. So yeah, this is stuff that could happen here. Any other wishes for the Women's Bundesliga right now? Any specific boards you want to look at? So here is Elisabeth Paetz with the black pieces, who was up in exchange yesterday, and then I don't know if it was blundering, but she lost a piece in one move. It was a tough decision, a tough position already, but it was really heartbreaking to see her lose a piece in one move. That was really tough. So yeah. Yeah, it looks like black can maybe take here on a a1. And yeah, either play something like queen a8, but also b5 is an option. b5 followed by c5 to attack the center here a little bit. I mean, our knights are more ready than those knights because white still have a knight on f1. So you could try to attack the center here a little bit. Okay, if there are no specific wishes, I would go back to the 15th round of the Open Bundesliga. And this is the last position we looked at. It was the game of Frederick Svane, so let's have a quick look at what happened here. Bishop takes h3 happened, and we just already said we can just take back with the rook. And now queen c8. Queen already here pointing at the king, so it's just a good move to play king b1 here. And yeah, we can prepare to play with e5 here as well, because the king is still in the center, so we can try to open up the center here. Like for example, in this position, yeah. There's also a weak knight here if you take. So that's definitely something we can do here, playing with e5. Let's keep on watching here. So Dita Livionis-Piano, who's playing for Romania. He used to also play for Germany, but switched federations and playing here against Rasmus Svane, still playing for Germany. And he actually won a really nice game yesterday against a strong GM of Bad Mergentheim. So he has a good weekend so far. I don't remember how Nispiano played yesterday, but I can have a quick check. So he's playing board 3, right? And he did... Okay, I don't see it right now. Maybe he did not play yesterday. Is he only coming for the last round? Oh, Dresden did not play yesterday. Dresden was the team that did not play yesterday. Any woman playing in the open section? Actually, I thought that no women are playing because it's at the same time at the Women's Bundesliga final. So most of the women who also play the Open Bundesliga from time to time, they playing the Women's Bundesliga. But actually, I found Monika Socko, who's playing for FC St. Pauli. She played yesterday. I have not checked if she's playing today as well, but yeah, she's a woman that is playing in the Open Bundesliga as well. Okay, so what is Rasmus doing here with black? Okay, we just have an Italian game, Guccio Pianissimo, where white can try to reroute the knight here to g3. That's really a plan that's been seen really often. Okay, he's going for the bishop trade instead, also completely playable. As black, we can just take here, castle short side. Pieces will be developed. At some point, maybe black can play with f5 if he prepares that well. Yeah, so white will have a double pawn here, but that's not so bad because this pawn here is controlling a lot of squares, and also there is a weak pawn on f7 as well. I think we have not seen this first board here today. So this is the matchup between Soling and Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied. And as far as I saw, both of those teams are pretty solid in the league. Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied, they did lose the matches yesterday and on Friday, but they should be ahead as long as Mülheim Nord is not going to win against Baden-Baden today, which would be a big surprise for everyone if they're making that, but we'll see. So yeah, Max Warmerdam here with the black pieces against Leon Liviac, who had a long game yesterday against Arjun Erigaisi, but he managed to hold the draw in the end. That was really impressive. So yeah, what do we see here? What opening was that? So it looks like some modern stuff played by black here. Going for the double fianchetto. Really solid stuff here. Look at those pawns. No pawn is going to the 5th rank so far. Just developing all of the pieces first and then trying to go for a breakthrough in the center later. So only 2 pawns did not make it to the 6th rank yet. And in this position here, he can finally go for d5. I think he prepared everything well, and he should not wait too long, because if he's not doing this, at some point white will just advance in the center if black is waiting too long. So d5 here is a good point to play d5. Because you can take back with the piece. Taking back with the pawn is not so nice because your bishop then is not doing much, but you can really nicely take back here with the knight, and then you have a good diagonal for your bishop on b7, and that's important, right? Always ask your pieces, are you happy? And this bishop would not be happy if you take back with the pawn. So that's something you should consider here. . Would you rather be white or black here? Okay, I'm not sure if that was still this position or the position before. But personally, on the first look, I guess white. But these positions are dangerous because looks like black does not have much space, but at one point they just break through, and then you have a lot of weaknesses with the white pieces here. But yeah, for now, I guess I would still choose the white pieces. I mean, look at our bishops also pointing here at the king. And we neutralize this bishop here pretty well with this pawn chain. So I guess in this position I would still choose the white pieces, yeah. I think so. The hedgehog, I think the hedgehog is the only in the Sicilian, right? Is it also called like this in the modern? I mean, I don't want to say anything wrong, but yeah, I think the hedgehog is the name in the Sicilian. The eagle. Hedgehog doesn't allow for the c-pawn to exist. Hedgehog doesn't allow for the c-pawn to exist? What? So you mean the hedgehog is when the c-pawn is not there, Konstantin? But yeah, we have an expert in chat, so he will tell us what he means with that message. So do you mean with that in the hedgehog we don't have the c-pawn, if I'm interpreting that correctly? Yeah, okay, hedgehog is without the c and the d pawn. Okay, so it's happening. You're also a chess coach. Yeah, awesome. We have all the experts here. So Ufuk Tunka, thank you so much for that. So yeah, it happens in the Sicilian, the hedgehog, where the c and the d pawn are traded off. Oh, it was a message of saying that I'm right without your assessment. Yeah, no, there are not many channels streaming this tournament. I think we're the only English-speaking coverage of the Bundesliga, which is really nice that we're actually doing it because there are so many top boards. And hello to Enzi from YouTube. It could be a hedgehog in the future. Yeah, we're looking forward for this to happen, right? Oh, we have the first draw. Here, Konstantin, what are you saying to this? Your friend from Austria, Markus Raga, already played here a draw after 5 minutes, I guess. They both have over 1 hour 30 still left on the clock. So let's look at this rather exciting game here. What happened there? So they went for a Scotch variation there, trading a lot of pieces off, blitzed everything down, and then traded even more queens off the board. But black has the bishop pair, and in this position a draw was offered and accepted. I mean, they have different colored bishops, so that makes sense. Black has the doubled rooks here on the file, therefore a little bit weaker pawn structure. I mean, you can play this position on for a long time, but they decided, okay, let's go home, let's have a nice afternoon. So yeah. Is there a good prize if you win the Bundesliga? So I had this question yesterday, and I don't know about the official prize, but I know for sure that probably the team sponsors will give their players a bonus if they do good in the league. So that's what I would guess. And also Markus Raga is the coach of Konstantin. That's interesting to know. Wrong animal, it's called the hippo. Ah, we see, not hedgehog. So many animal openings. Actually, not so many. We also have the bird opening. What other animals do we have? We have more like countries opening. than animals. We have the dragon. That's true. We have the dragon. Yeah, hippo. That's true. The cow. Oh, yeah. The cow is a really serious opening as well. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the top board here because this is wow. This is exciting stuff here. There's the eagle. Yeah, the eagle is the hedge. Wait. Oh, the eagle. D4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, knight e4. Okay, we're getting all the animal names here together. So this was the French, played by Arjun here. And this was so far all okay, so here the main move would be to play a6, but okay, he took here first and went for knight b6. Oh, and he actually took the pawn. Wow. So it is also the best move to take the pawn, but taking a pawn on b2 is always risky because you sacrifice your development. It takes a lot of time to get the queen back, and white has some attacking plans here. So this is some interesting stuff here happening. So here he trades the knight and attacking the bishop. So this was all still played super quick here by both players. And now the queen has a chance to go back all the way to e7, even though we still have a bishop on f8. So we need to figure out what to do with the bishop because our king needs to go to safety at some point. So going here. And yeah, so b7 is hanging now, so we're not even up a pawn anymore. The pawns are completely equal at this point. But we have the bishop pair is black, I guess. So we need to try to develop. Okay, and he went all the way back. So this queen already went to an adventure. Look how many moves the queen already made to just get back to the starting point. So you might think, was it all worth it? But I mean, you got the bishop pair in the end, and if you managed to castle, that's nice. But Nordibek is not letting him breathe here for a second. He's just going straight with f5. And castle would not be a good idea here. You see just f6. And is the bishop already gone? Not completely, but yeah, I mean, if you go away, it looks like almost checkmate. So that's the danger here. So white is threatening to play f6 themselves. So the only good move black can play is that he has to take. And oh, he just played it. He just took. And I think that's also I think that's also the cam we see right now on the board. So we see Nordibek, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he just moved knight g3. Yes, that's the move we got. And actually, I see a move that would have been possible here is e6 to sacrifice another pawn, but it's, I mean, not the biggest sacrifice because g7 is also hanging, rook g8 and queen h6. So this is something that could have happened. This position is close to equal, but black needs to be really precise. For example, the only move that is not losing here is bishop c5 check, and then playing queen e7, trying to get all these attacking pieces out of the position. And after queen h5, king d8, something like this. But yeah, this would have been wild. So also really interesting line that was not played here. e6, attacking everything and getting the pawn on g7 with the queen coming out. He went for knight g3 instead. Want to take back here on f5 with the knight. And I mean, e6 is maybe still an option for the future. If black does not want it, it's also an option to just play bishop e6 himself, to not let that happen. But the knight doesn't even need to take the pawn. We can also just go to h5. We can also go to h5 and do some nasty stuff here at the king side as well. We have the fried fox defense, the lion defense, the crocodile variation, the monkey bum attack, and the snake benoni, according to ChatGPT. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, great information here. Interesting. Yeah, interesting stuff. So this is the position we have right now. Black can also castle here. And if taking, we can take back and try to trade off this rook here because it's really annoying on the 7th rank. And if the dust settles and we get this position in the end, both players have a lot of weaknesses. So these pawns can be all really weak. And white does not have enough pieces to have a deadly attack anymore. So black should really be fine in this position here. But this is an exciting game already, 100%. Okay, I mean, I'm also really liking to analyze how they look like, calculating. And Nordicbeck seems to be in a big thing here, even though it's not his turn. Calculating some critical lines here. So, as I said, black could play like this, but then we're not taking here, but rather play knight h5. So this is a really interesting line as well. Okay, let's look at the next board. Wesley So against Mamedyarov, where we also had an Sicilian happening, the Kan variation, playing here with c4, the Marocci bond with the c and the e pawn, strong against the d5 pawn. So okay, playing here with e5. We can take on a7 the bishops, so that's also what happened. I mean, this is a weakness for the rest of the game. We don't want to play knight d5 already, because black is happy if they we have to take back with a pawn here. Because if as soon as we take back with a pawn, this is not so weak anymore, because we cannot attack it with rooks or queens from the d file. So this is why we would wait before we have like other pieces where we can recapture the knight on d5. So that's why this is not happening here. Putting a rook here on the d file and doubling up the pieces, making some pressure on the d6 pawn. So this is definitely the point we're playing against as black. Black would like to be able to maybe play b5 or even f5 in the future. So you think in the board instead of knight g3 he could have gone for bishop b6. We can look at that in a second because it's a really interesting position actually. But yeah. Okay, he's going for a5. The evil bar does not like this move because we get the square b5 now. We get the square b5 now for a knight, where it's a really, really nice square as well. We attack the rook, we have more pressure against the d6 pawn. So what is he doing after knight to b5? Probably rook d7. He has to play it to defend the pawn here, but we will just keep adding pressure on this pawn. So what is black gonna do about it? I mean, you can still play knight c8 to defend it, but this does not look too fun, to be honest. Maybe knight a7 to try to trade off this one. Yeah, maybe knight a7 is the way to go here. But yeah, I would definitely pick this position with the white pieces here. So not too fun to only defend this pawn here. Okay, just real quick, because you said in this position he could have gone bishop b6, going for the queen. So the thing is, the queen has nowhere to go, but there is a check. And this check is pretty important, because otherwise the queen would just be lost, right? There are no squares where the queen can go. But you have this option here to trade off the bishops. And white does not necessarily really want to trade off the bishops if it does need to be. So I guess that's why bishop b6 did not happen here. I hope that answers the question a little. Okay, Anish Giri here with the black pieces. And that was a position where we thought maybe the knight on b1 will develop over d2, but it actually made the a3 route. So let's see about that. So Anish took the space here, restricting the white pieces, but this can be a weakness in the future, so he needs to be really careful about that. Playing with a5, making sure if he want to play with bishop c5, for example, in the future, that it cannot be attacked easily. Knight a3. Oh, he's going for bishop to d6, maybe also preparing the move to e5. So that is, yeah, enough protected right now. And also going for e5. Okay, so he went for e5 and retreating the bishop back to c7. So this is the position right now. So now we don't need to protect this pawn, but rather protect this pawn. And we can do this. We can just play rook e8 here, right? Probably white is going to play d3 at some point, because we need a little bit more space here in our yeah, in our position. And we also don't want too much room taking of black to happen. So d3, it's a good moment here to play d3 as white. It's interesting, all players are playing to win and not just to trade down to the end game. Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, they know, Düsseldorf is already the champion, but Viernheim, they already announced they're here to win. They don't want Düsseldorf to be an unbeatable champion. They really came here to fight. They really want to win. So, and I mean, Viernheim has an extremely strong team, so I really think they could make it. They could make it. They have so many strong players as well. So yeah, this could definitely happen. I mean, we're just out of the opening phase, so a lot can still happen. We don't know what the day will bring, but we're here for exciting fights, 100%. 100%. Yeah, so he did go for the d3 line, which makes sense in my eyes. I mean, we have not developed the bishop so far, so we can just go here maybe for bishop f5. And then maybe, knight d7, attacking this pawn also. This is also weakness, right? The pawn here on c5. Definitely an option as well. You can't concentrate for a potential 3-hour chess match, so I mainly play the rapid and blitz games, sometimes bullet when time pressure is an itch. I mean, that's all a thing of what you're used to do. I think once you're into also classical chess, you can really get used to it. I mean, for sure, it's completely different. You just need to understand that thinking longer is completely fine for some moves. I think to play classical games online is hard because you just sit in front of your phone for a long time. But if you play an actual tournament, it's really, really nice to think about your moves for a really long time, I think. Okay, bishop f5 happened. Let's go to the next game, Zindarov here. And this was the Italian game, I think. Yes, it was. So black did not take here on c4, and white took the chance to plant the knight into d5, taking all the space here in the center. And going for c3, d4. So white definitely has more space here right now. And he's taking on d5 himself. Okay. So this is the position we have right now. I mean, it could also happen that everything is gonna trade off really quickly here. So now black can take on d5 and play knight d4. That's pretty. Because if you take here first, we have a check. And if you take, for example, here, we can also take back with the pawn. And if you take here, we take back. We are a pawn down here, but it seems like this is completely fine. This rook is hanging right now, so you might take here first. And in this position, we have enough compensation, it seems like, for black to play this position. That's a really interesting sacrifice, I have to admit, to play knight d4 here. So in this position, taking knight d4 is the way to go. Okay, it did not happen here, I think. After bishop b5, he played knight to b8, and this is the position right now. I mean, he could go back and they could repeat moves, I guess. Going for a quick end here. I mean, okay, I mean, he can also play for a win. He can do something like bishop f8 here. I mean, going back like this, maybe he also realized it was not a great move, but there is a potential of repeating the moves already here, I would say. You do like nerding out over analyzing long games. Yeah, I mean, okay, they repeated the position already twice, so we might see the first draw here. I mean, for black, it's nice to have such a quick draw here. So yeah, I think it's on the decision of Zindarov of if he's going for it. But I mean, he has a free afternoon if he's playing a quick draw here. Did he just calculate on his opponent's time? I mean, why should you not do that? Deep vision. I guess that was a joke, right? I'm always a little bit late on understanding the jokes. But yeah, of course, you also think when your opponent is thinking. Okay, they did play a draw here. We got the first draw in the top matchup of Düsseldorf against Viernheim. Okay, so they decided to play a draw here in this position after 18 moves. Congratulations to both of them. Let's go. It was a joke. Let's go to the next game, where we have opposite side castles as well. So what happened here? We have d4 and this was this game where Jordan played here with this mysterious h6 move, and white did not go for the line we quickly looked at with c5 and b4. He much rather just said, okay, I'ma just develop my pieces, castle short side like I always do. Let's see what you're doing. And Jordan had something in mind, so he wanted to castle alongside. And this h6 pawn, now we see, okay, it maybe helps us to go with a quick g5 at some point. So yeah, before we go with g5, we can also try to trade off the knights, because right now the knights are standing in the way for each other. So knight e4 really makes sense. Okay, first it's white's move, so maybe like this. And yeah, then we can get the other knight in action as well. So that's something that could happen here in the next moves. Trying to analyze how Arjun and Nordibek are looking right now. Arjun, as usual, calculating without looking at the board, so yeah. Okay, this is not what happened. White did play rook to c1, and it seems like this is already not the best move here. Black can play with king b8 and then knight e4 next move. So this seems to be a little bit slower, too slow. Maybe also the rook was already good on the a file if we play with something like a4. So that's why this is not the most liked move here for the engine. I also wish you a nice Sunday. Thanks for stepping by. Yeah, I think as soon as we got our knight here, we can start marching with our pawns here as black. But knight to e4 first is a good idea. Okay, let's look at the next game. And is it correct that Andrei Sipenko only has 38 minutes left? So he already spent a lot of time in his opening. I guess he wanted to see if there's something he can do to get an advantage, and he did not find it, because this position looks really equal to me. Same as yesterday. He had a really equal position where he tried so much, but it was just not enough. So this is where I said he could go with a minority attack, but this did not happen here. So black was able to play c5 himself. And yeah, now black has an isolated pawn, right? So white can play against this isolated pawn, but therefore has more space. He has a really nice knight here on c5. Everything is nice and protected here. So this is why this position is really close to equal. Thank you so much for following. So knight f to d7. Yeah, where are we going with our knight after knight f takes to f to d7? We can go back here, but we can also think about going here. But then maybe knight e6 is a little bit nasty. I would like to keep my bishop, so maybe I would choose to go somewhere else, maybe back to h2. But yeah, black is just advancing the pieces here. Also maybe threatening to take here, so we have a really weak pawn on c3 as well. Yeah, I guess Esipenko is not completely happy here with the position. Okay, let's look at some other boards that we have not seen so far. Top board of St. Pauli against Deggendorf. We did not have a chance to look at until now. So what is happening here? Alexander Indic starting with 1d4, and Alexander Indic was one of the boards who played super long yesterday. And in the end, he won his game against Velimir Ivic, so that was a big win for him. And if I'm not mistaken, he is one of the tallest GMs. He's really tall. Fun fact. d4 and d5. Yeah, taking the space. We don't want black to be able to play b5. That would be super annoying. So at some point, okay, we don't need to play a4 now as long as the knight is still here. But now as the knight moves, b5 becomes a threat from time to time. So we go to play a4 here to prevent b5 from happening. And then we go with a5 so that we can always take en passant after b5. So this is a really common motive here to play like this. And yeah, so we do want to play here in the center now in the future, that we have everything here on the queen side under control. So e4 coming up because we need to move the e-pawn to be able to develop our bishop here. Our bishop can only move to d2 right now, which is not the most appealing square. Yeah, going for e4 here. And yeah, after b5 we should really take en passant. And now black has a weakness here on a6, but therefore he also got a b file for his rook, so it's fine. And he's going for e5 because if he's not going to, we can maybe do it in the future ourselves, not right now. But okay, he decided to go for it as well. And we have another en passant. How often do you see this? 2 en passants in a row. So here we really see the rule. If there is en passant, you have to take it. Taking back and bishop to e6. And now this is a little weakness. So we have a really nice square here for our pieces. This is also really weak pawn here. Just attacked twice already. So if you're trying, can you even, like, what are you doing with this pawn? Yeah, so it looks like you have to give it up. It looks like you have to give it up. Okay, so possible line is here playing knight c4. And now you attack this pawn here twice. And you do have some counterplay, right? I mean, you cannot really take this now because d6 then is also hanging. But you can first attack the rook. Right now you cannot take, the knight is still defending, and after rook a7 then you can take on b2. Okay, so you're not really losing a pawn, but it looks kind of like it. So this one is hanging, but this one is also hanging in the future. Knight c4, really important move here, also protecting the pawn on d6. Okay, so that's also what we're seeing here. Okay. Wow. So this is an interesting endgame here. So in case you don't remember what happened here, Dimitri went for early g4 here in this position. And queens have been traded. And he went for a quick long castle. I thought he might collect this pawn back first, but he much rather put the black king under some pressure here and then got the pawn back. Okay, and f5 seems to not be a good move. So black wanted to keep the pawn here, but f5 is not a good move. We take here, and there's just too many weaknesses. I mean, yes, black is up a pawn, but the pieces are not developed and really uncoordinated. So this is a really nice example of why material is not everything. So knight c7 is threatening here right now. If you play something like bishop d8, we can also just try to open the position here up with f3, getting our bishops here on this diagonal. Really nice move. Okay, let's see what happened here. Okay, bishop d8 did happen, and he did play f3. Really nice move. And yeah, here you can just take, so now you're not down the pawn anymore, because here you could take back. Black decided to go for this passed pawn here, and bishop d4. This is the position, material is equal, but look at our pieces. Look at this king here. This king is kind of sad, stuck on d8, not developed yet. This rook is still on a8 stuck. This pawn is really weak. We have maybe some threats. So this is really hard to play for black. Dimitri already has a really nice position against this strong GM here, Ivan Zaric. So yeah, I think Dimitri should be really happy right now with this position. When will I reply to your message? What message do you mean? You mean the message where you say, when will you reply to your message? Okay, I just did, I guess. Welcome on YouTube, I guess. Thought this was a GM league. Why are there so many aliens playing? Okay, comments are getting weird. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you mean foreign players. Yeah, so this is like in other sports as well, right? So to get the strongest possible, you also need players from other countries, because only German players, I mean, we have a lot of strong players in Germany, but we also need other top players to make it the strongest league. And when you have enough money to pay the top players of the world, then that's how this happens. Oh, alien is a normal English word for foreigners. I did not know this. I did just learn that. But yeah, This is why this is such a strong league, because there's so many top players. So here it seems like bishop c3 is a good move to make here our rook more powerful on d1. We can also think of playing bishop f3 to not make g4 possible for black. Also an option here. Also bishop f3 threatens bishop h5 check sometimes, which is really annoying for black. So probably after bishop f3, bishop e6 would happen to have the option to go there with the bishop. Yeah, it is not different from NHL or Premier League. That's true. We see that in all the top leagues, right? Just getting the best players together in one league. Yeah, Dimitri has a nice position here. Let's go to the second board of Decisive against Kirchweihe. Chess players can play in multiple national leagues. Yes, that's different than, for example, in soccer. So they could play, for example, in German league, but also in the Dutch league as well. Okay, so this was the Caro-Kann of Matthias Blühbaum. And it looks like he got a decent position out of it. So this pawn is weak, only protected by the knight here. We don't want to take the knight because you can take back with another knight. We will castle, I guess, in the future, just getting then our rooks on the open files. White, on the other hand, will try to play against a c6 pawn here, maybe starting with queen c2 or something. And yeah, maybe also getting a rook to the d file as well to annoy the queen here a little bit. But I think this is a position that Matthias Blühbaum likes. Yeah. Okay, we see a lot of draws already happening. So here we have a draw in Kirchweihe against Decisive, Rustem Dautov against Roy Stevic. And then we also have a draw in this game here. Okay, let's see. After this position here, a draw was offered. And another draw in this matchup. We also have, so people are really seeing, okay, when my team is not in danger to leave the league, I'll just play the draw. But we also still see a lot of people fighting. But this was not the case for Rustam Kazimjanov against Daniel Friedman, who also agreed to a draw here after repeating the move. So a really fair draw, to be honest. Yeah, black is happy to get a draw here against Daniel Friedman. Ooh, something went wrong here in the opening for Zegem of Zesian, who had a really quick win yesterday, but it looks like today he will not win his position. So what went wrong for him? He just went for a King's Indian, And white played really aggressive against it. So let's see what went wrong here for him. So this is still completely normal here. White is going for an attack. Black can just actually take this pawn. There's no danger. You're not castled yet, so you can do that. Oh, he did. Going for a check. You could also think about developing a knight to e5 to free up your bishop. Would also be an option. King has to move to f1. Okay, seems like this was not the best square for the knight. Ooh, bishop takes c3, also an option, followed by f6. Okay, that's not so easy to find. I feel like f6, so then you have this square here for your knight forever. But I feel like that's not really easy to see. But yeah, now you got yourself in some trouble here. Oh, whoa, whoa, I see. Not looking good. Not looking good. Yeah, suddenly all the pawns here are hanging. Yeah, so there just went something terribly wrong in the opening for black, and suddenly all the pawns are hanging. That was a nasty opening choice by white. Yeah, the problem is that this d-pawn is really, really strong. Also, our rooks come into game, even though black has the bishop pair. Yeah, rook takes h5 here. Followed by knight e5. Really annoying stuff. How many players are in this tournament? 92 times 2. But plus 8 because there's also the team of... because there's one team not playing. So, 192, is that correct? Something like this. Yeah, we have the Women's Bundesliga and the Open Bundesliga happening at the same place right now, so there are a lot of people. Let's just say almost 200. Yeah, it's 200 minus 8, so 192 should be correct. Yeah, so this looks really bad for black, to be honest. Not happy, not happy. Okay, what happened in the Frederick Svane game? Here's he scored second place at the European Individual Championship, had a really strong year so far, and seems like he has a decent position here. So we saw when black decided to trade off the knights on h3, go for queen c8. So now king b1 seems like a smart choice to get out of this line, any dangers, and a knight comes to d7. But now we have actually the time to play with e5 or even f4, and I think he went for f4 here. And I mean, the king is still in the center, so it really makes sense to open up the position. What he did, taking back here, yeah. So this is the position right now. And now, since we don't have a pawn on f4 anymore, we can also get a knight in here. And our rook here on h3 suddenly is also a defender. Not only possible to attack with the rook also is really nice on h3 to defend squares. So this rook is really nice, I have to say. I mean, look at it. Yeah, let's say, for example, knight f4. If you decide to take, oh, I get the bishop, I will just take back with the rook, and you have some serious problems here on the e7 square. Also, this pawn is hanging in the future. So after knight f4, you should probably take here. Bishop takes, and yeah, protecting this pawn, because I can really take it. You don't have a big attack. And then going for stuff like this here. Just doubling up on the e-file. This looks like a really nice position for white, I have to say. Yeah, knight f4 here is a good move. How do you defend f5, this pawn here? I mean, I'm not sure if you can take it, to be honest. If that's really appealing. Yeah, okay, let's take here. You take back. And then I also have the idea with rook f3. And then we have pressure against both of these pawns here. I mean, you can take it. It's not completely losing. But you do have some serious problems here. I can also play with rook c4 here. Many loose pieces I will get in. So, yeah, that's an option. Yeah, after knight f4 that you can also take here. Yeah, good point. I mean, he is also pretty low on time, so I guess this is a game we also have to have an eye on in the time trouble phase, because they're only in move 16, and Frederick is down to 30 minutes. Let's look at his brother Rasmus against Livio Di Tanispiano. Okay, this is a really solid opening. Pieces have been traded on. Are they really only on move 10? Wow, they've been thinking a long time about this position here. Okay. White can trade knights here on h4. Can go like knight to bd2, but then we can maybe play with a4. Have some control here on the queen side and annoy him a little bit. That seems like a decent plan, I have to say. But yeah, that's interesting that they're only in move 10 so far. Have you got a teacher to be able to reach your level? Yes, when I was younger, I had a teacher. But I also played a lot of tournaments and did some training and stuff. So yeah. I already said this yesterday, but Lichess tactics, they're really good to just train to calculate. Okay, what happened in the Arjun game? This is also where we still have the cam happening. Is Nordebeg yawning right now? Could be. Not completely sure, but when I see this, I want to yawn myself. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So material is completely equal. I think on the first, when we look at this position, it looks like white should be a little better because the pieces are more active. But the evil bar tells us that it's completely fine for black. You can just go queen e6. Everything is protected. And yeah, maybe also play against the c-pawn. That is kind of weak right now. Black doesn't really have an attack we need to be afraid of, so this is fine. We can also even take here on b3 and let him make a better pawn structure because everything is protected here. Yeah. But I think white can play this for a win for a while. He can do. I had no idea Lichess has free puzzles and it's amazing. Yes, it's all for free. You can do as many tactics as you want. So I would say we do a quick break to get ourselves some coffee. I'll be back in a second, so we will not miss the time trouble time like yesterday. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys. And yeah, let me know when something exciting happens so that we don't miss anything. And see you in a second. So, da sind wir auch schon und ich sehe, der Chat, der hat uns nicht im Stich gelassen und uns hier... Oh, und wir haben einen Raid bekommen. Vielen, vielen Dank, Jessie, für den Raid. Vielen, vielen Dank. Ich bekomme leider nicht angezeigt, zu welchem Channel der geratet ist. Aber oh, sorry, English. Oh my God, why is this always happening after a break? Okay. Thank you so much for the raid. Jessie, I'm not sure which channel it was, but thank you so much. And yeah, I'm sorry for switching to the German language. Good morning in the morning. Yes, it's non-profit and French. Lichess, that's true. That's true. Yeah, always feel free to donate. And chat also said that Elena Ribos has a sacrifice. So we will also check that game. So, I just jump scared you. I'm so sorry. You thought I was joking. I'm so sorry. I was just talking to my roommate German. So if I come back and speak German. Okay, so this is here the game of Arjun Erigaisi, where we also have the cam, but we will jump to the woman, and we already have some results here. We already have some decisive results as well. We don't have any decisive results in the Open League, but it looks like Katarina Dolčíková won against Dora Peklau here already. So let's have a look at what happened here. What went wrong there in the opening? So that looks like Katarina Dolčíková is known for playing really interesting and exciting openings. Always some kind of sidelines here. Okay, so going for this opening. Yeah, when you play against Katarina Dolčíková, you never know which opening will occur on the board. Yeah, it's also funny how no one in the chat said anything about me talking German, but now I hope everyone is awake again and we will stick to English. D5 here. Okay, so Katharina was playing really aggressive here. Black did not have the time to castle yet. Oh, and there was just a piece hanging. Was there no option to move the... Oh, she took on f3 therefore, but there's more. Wow, this looks so many double question marks here. So here it's better to just move the rook away and then play knight c4, because you cannot take here, because then this one here is hanging with a check. So this would have been completely winning here for white already, but she took there and got a queen, so we got 2 extra queens here. Pretty funny stuff. And okay, in this position the material is completely equal, but black has some trouble with his king. And okay, we have a lot of questionable moves here. h4 seems to be better to make something out of the weak king here. Oh, and here, so the idea of rook d3 was to sacrifice the bishop to have rook f3 check, and black did not see that threat, so that's how the game here ended. And yeah, the mate on h4 is not really to prevent. Actually, rook f7 would have been a quicker way to mate here, but this is also completely winning here. What a beautiful checkmate. So this game already ended, and another decisive result here. Another Peklau who had a quick loss today. So let's just look at the last 5 moves here. Okay, this is a really quick game. We might as well just see the whole game here. So we had an exchange French, like going for b6, bishop b7, but it's I mean, white has a lot of space here in the center, going for quick castle. And here it looks like black already has some big problems. Not really a way to defend this. I mean, you can go here, but the pawn on h7 is still hanging because double attack. And that's exactly what happened here. So white just being up a pawn. Oh wow, this looks so sad. Yeah, and then they made us not really to to prevent. This is not the game of Magnus. No, we're at the Women's Bundesliga, but we will also go back to the Open Bundesliga at a second. But now I want to see the game of Elina Röbers because you said that she has a sacrifice. So that sounds exciting to me. Trying to find her game out of all the games here. There she is. So what kind of sacrifice were you talking about? Okay, so she is black here, Elina Röbers, super strong Dutch player. Okay. So white decided to sacrifice a piece here against two pawns. Oh, and there's another sacrifice. Okay, I see. If you take back, then we take here. So now the best move here, and the only move that still gives her advantage, is taking on c3. Because if you take on c3, then you will not lose your rook like this anymore. And if you take back like this, then in this position you can play knight b to c4. Okay, I have to admit, all of this is not so easy to find. I mean, the knight is hanging, but why will you not move this knight is the question. So this is the only line that still gives black advantage. You also do not take back here, because then white has a really active queen as well. Yeah, this is a crazy line here. So this happened, and in this position you need to take here to then play this. This is not easy to find. I mean, she's having a think, and she is a super strong player. I could imagine her finding this, but it's really not easy at all. Yeah, this is a wild game. Thanks for pointing this game out to us. This is crazy. Do you think she will find rook takes c3 followed by knight b to c4? So we can have a look at what happens when you take like this. Knight takes, and when you just move the other knight. Why is this already better for white? Bishop to d6. I mean, there are some dangers. But I don't understand why in this position it's not also working like this. Oh, now I understand. Because now when you take back, there's no knight hanging on b6. I see. So you need to go here with this knight so you can take back without their knight being hanging. Okay, I understand this at least. But yeah, rook c3 also needs to be found here. I mean, you also need to calculate what happens after this and this. But here black can just take on e7. So this is also something that could happen here. And after this we go here. Take. Oh no, we have to take the queen here. Oh. We have knight takes. And this position is better for black. Okay, this is some wild stuff, guys. Not gonna lie, these are some wild lines here happening. So yeah, they better calculate they better calculate a really clean here. Because both of them have to find good moves here. Wow. Also, what is bishop takes e7 for a nice move here? That's a really, really nice move, I have to say. Wow, I'm impressed. Okay, let's stick to this game here for a second. I mean, when you do something else, like queen takes to e7, for example, then this is already better for white after knight takes d6. Okay, so you kinda... Yeah, if you go away, there's another knight hanging here. If you count the material, black is just down like 3 pawns. Oh, 3 pawns against the knight, though. But the king is just really weak. So in theory, material is equal here. Really hard position, though. Really hard position. Yeah, so you cannot really take here. Rook takes d6 is coming then. Everything attacked. Wow. So white just sacrificed the second piece in a row, but you cannot take it. You cannot take the second sacrifice here. If they really play this, these girls are machines. I mean, these girls are machines. Jana Schneider and Eline Röbers are really strong players. So yeah, I'm curious what she will do here. Wow. Rook c3. Only good move for black. Like everything is hanging in this position here. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Eric Rosen would be proud of them. Yeah, Elena is quite young. I don't know her exact age, but we can find it out. So, it's really easy to find out the age of chess players, even though that's not good for data security, but we can find it out. Yeah, she's 18. She's 18 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she's a really strong young player. She's already an IM. So she will become even stronger in the future. So to be honest, I could imagine her to I could really imagine her to find those moves here. Okay, I'm gonna go to the other top boards here. Maybe in the meantime, she already made a move then. I wanna see the, the Kostyuk game. Oh, they already drew their game. They drew in this position. I think that's pretty much the position we saw the last time here. So they decided to draw here after 15 moves. Good for them. Schwäbisch Hall against OSG Baden-Baden. Having a good afternoon, I guess. Let's have a look at the second board of OSG Baden-Garden against Schwäbisch Hall, where Lela Yakashvili is playing against Elisabeth Petz. And Elisabeth here playing with the black pieces. I think it looked like she's trying to do something here on the king side. Maybe with knight h to f4. Annoying her a little bit, her opponent. I mean, it's not threatening right now, but maybe in the future when the knight is loose on f3 or something. So yeah, I mean, before this move here, this was threatening because you cannot take back because this one is hanging, right? Yeah, Eileen, I think it's not so unlikely that Eileen will become a GM in the future. Yeah, that's the thing with European players, that most of them have to finish school. It's not like Indian players that they can drop off really early out of school. So I mean, that's also an extra thing where they have to spend a lot of time. So it's even more impressive if they are top players, right? And Dinara Wagner here against Bella Kotinashvili. Okay, so Dinara here with white. It looks like black can play rook c2. That looks really annoying, I have to say. Okay, I guess we will probably play rook d2 then. Oh, guys, there is a possibility for a repetition here. Like this. Could happen. Could happen. Okay, let's see what Elina Röbers played. Okay, she did not play rook takes c3. She played knight e to c4, which is already better for white now, after bishop takes d6. Okay, this is a wild game, guys. We need to come back to it later. And I think we just see in the camera that Arjun Erigaisi and Nordibek Abdesatara finished their game in a draw. So let's see what happened here. Did it finish after king h2? A draw offer was made. I mean, there's not much left, so I understand why they decide to not continue this this position here. Yeah, again, black can just play with queen e6. Everything is protected. And white is probably never gonna win this, so they decided, okay, let's just play a draw, and that's fine. Yeah, we just see here, we don't have the result in yet, but in the camera we saw that they shook hands. So the top board here finished in a draw. Zendarov against Alexei also finished in a draw. So it's gonna depend on the other boards here. So let's see how the other games are going. It looks like Wesley So is winning here. What did Wesley So do? Wow, he has a really strong pawn here on b6. Let's look how that happened. I mean, the queen has to move. We can take here and then just infiltrate with our pieces. Okay, let's see what happened here. So here everything was fine, but I remember that we said we would already prefer the white position here because we do have some good play against the pawn on d6. So a5, rook d1, Knight has to be retreated. Okay, so the nice thing is we can go twice on this knight. So we have the square completely under control. And now look at this knight jumping in everywhere. That's a beautiful knight over there. Knight c6. Oh, okay. Now taking here, followed by b6 to get the pass pawn. These pawns are not doing anything. And bishop a6. Nice. Preparing just b7. Rook d3. Wesley is playing all the best moves here. Really impressive. Taking and rook c1. Wow. Yeah, this is a perfect game by him so far. So let's look at the line. Queen goes back. We trade here. If you take with the queen, we can just play b7. So maybe you take with the bishop. And then it looks like we can just go back with the bishop. Bishop is hanging, so that's why we go back. Rook goes somewhere, I don't know, e8, and then rook c7. And after, for example, rook c8 here, we will also play rook c7. Like, this pawn is just too strong. Guys, do you know what move we have here with white? Oh my god, this is brutal. This is a beautiful move. Oh, no one's seen it yet. I mean, King H1 is not that beautiful. I know that was a joke of you. Oh, seems like. I mean, there are a lot of good moves, so maybe it's. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, you can play basically everything. You can also just take here, but Queen A7 is a beautiful move. Yeah. Yeah, queen takes here is also good, but this is beautiful because when you take, we just queen with checkmate. I think it's really beautiful. Queen b6 was here also suggested. I mean, that's also winning, but not as clear as queen a7 because queen a7 is also threatening queen b8 check followed by c8 queen. And here in this position, we cannot, I mean, if we taking back, we cannot queen now. So, yeah, but this position is also completely winning here. I can just play queen b5 here, threatening to check there. Yeah, completely winning most of the moves. Okay, so what happened here instead? After rook c1, oh, queen d6 happened. It was not queen a8. Queen a8 would still like attack the bishop, but that's not what happened. Instead, he went here. And now after bishop takes d5, we can just go in with the queen. And this pawn is about to promote. Yeah, that's really nice of Wesley So here. Wow. Yeah, it looks like the 7th board, they also already drew their game. So 3 draws happened so far. So to make something out of it, Viernheim needs to win at one of the boards. And let's see if Viernheim... Ooh, maybe Viernheim can win at the Dennis Wagner against Viktor Bologan board. Looks like Dennis Wagner here has a decent position with black. Is he not up like a piece? What happened here? He's up a piece. What happened there? Wow. We have not seen this game here for a while. Okay, we had some Rui Lopez here. I will just click through the opening real quick. Oh, this was this opening where black already was a little bit better after the opening, just went for short castling. Okay, white is better here. I mean, this is all really shaky. So it looks like just bringing the knight to f3 would have been a good choice, followed by e5 to opening the position even more up. But he took the pawn on e6, which looks logical just to take a pawn. But you have to think that the white king is also still in the middle, right? So not completely easy here. Bishop e6, queen b7. Okay, and this was the big mistake. You should castle alongside as long as you still can, because this king in the middle is not so happy. Okay, and here the sacrifice happened. Okay, 2 rooks are attacked in this position. But I guess this is just better because the king is so weak here on e1. And you cannot castle anymore with the queen here. Okay, it is a really complicated position though. I mean, something like f4. Short castle. Oh wait, it's black turn. Something like this. Yeah, c5 is also hanging. So it looks like we should just keep attacking. Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know what's happening here, guys. Okay, let's say we take here. Bishop takes. We can even take on h6. But I guess in the end we're just down rook against 3 pieces here. Yeah, that's too much. Yeah, f4 happened. That's the best move here that Dennis played. Guys, this is hard for me. So many pieces here are hanging at the same time. Like this is hanging, but also this, and this is hanging. So this is interesting position here. Really interesting, I have to say. I hope all of you can still follow this. Yeah, it's lost for white, that's true. But to understand why it's so lost. I mean, right now black is up a piece, and since both of the people have hanging pieces, we can just take them. So if Dennis Wagner wins here, that would make the match equal again, because I just got the result that Wesley So won his game here. Wesley So did win his game here. After queen c5, Mamedyarov resigned. Looks like we can just play bishop c8 and then walk with the b-pawn. Wow, what a game. What a game by Wesley So. Congratulations to him. I just saw an interview of him where he said that his season was not too great. He only had 1 win and 4 draws. So I guess now he really finished the season in a nice style. Okay, we got a line here of Sisimi that we can definitely look at. So you say here in this position, oh no, this is, so here you say rook h4 or what? I mean, rook g4 is not really working. This is just hanging. Okay, I don't know which line you mean with rook h4. But what happened was taking here. Oh yeah, you didn't see the bishop on e6. Yeah. Unfortunately, rook g4 is not really working there. Yeah, so here when this dust settles, black is just up some material. Yeah, you should keep on the 5th rank to protect the bishop here on c5, so don't take here. But wait, why can you not take here? You're also taking this pawn here. Oh, black is just, white is just castling alongside here. It's still better for black though. But not as easy. So you should stay here. And then just play bishop d6. Yeah, you also don't want to take this pawn because it's opening up this file. So this is also weakening your own king. Okay, so Dennis Wagner might be winning here. Okay, we have a lot of games that we have not looked in forever. So please write in chat if you want to see a specific game right now. Matthias Blübaum drew his game here in this position. So he is not playing anymore. And Dimitri Kollas, he was in a better position the last time we watched what happened here. I'm surprised because his position looked so promising. I mean, look at that. Look at how undeveloped black is here. I'm really surprised that Dimitri is not better here anymore. Okay. So he went for a bishop trade. It would be better to keep the bishops on the board and not trade them, I guess, because you have just so much more space with white. Bishop b6. Taking the bishop, but yeah, I guess black is happy about all the pieces that can be traded. Oh, he went for an exchange. Winning an exchange, but it's not so good. To win, oh, he's up in exchange. I did not understand that. Dimitri is up in exchange here, but it's really hard because these pawns here are super dangerous. These pawns are dangerous. You cannot really move the rook because then h3 is hanging as well, and these pawns are running. So black has to play f2 now, otherwise we can take this pawn. But this one is also hanging. So after taking rook here, b5. Oh no, how did he end up in this position? Okay, so after rook f1, this one is protected here with the rook on d3. Bishop c4. He has to give up his exchange again. Oh no, poor Dimitri here. Yeah, looks dangerous. He was winning an exchange, but this pawn just got so strong. Oh no. Or maybe, oh yeah, for all the Ivan Zaric fans here. But yeah, he was better, but now he's not anymore. Yeah, he will get the exchange back here. Yeah, this pawn is a monster. I mean, it's not losing for white. White is up in exchange right now, so if they give the exchange back, then it's still equal material, but it just hurts because he had such a good position before. Okay, let's go to the Keimer game. Exciting stuff here, guys. We have not seen this game a lot today, so let's have a look at the Vincent Keimer against David Navara game. If I'm not mistaken, both of them drew the 2 last games at this weekend so far. So this was the opening where Vincent went with a quick g4 in the opening and traded off the knights here to provoke this weakness. And you can see there's still a nice place on e5 for a knight in the future. So let's see if he went for that plan. Castling short side. I mean, he is up a pawn, right? He took the pawn and black never took back. Okay, so this is the position now. White is still up a pawn. Actually, white has all 8 pawns left. I mean, you can take back here now, but then I can play queen c3, threatening mate, and then I can just take back. Because I cannot take back with the b pawn because my bishop is hanging, and also this is a terrible pawn structure. But I have the nice move queen to c3, threatening mate, so I can take back like this. Okay, so this actually happened here, and I really do think that Vincent will play queen c3 here. And then he's able to take back with the queen. Yeah, there's not really anything else that makes sense here for him. But they're only in move 20, guys. They're only in move 20, and they only have 20 minutes left. So this is gonna be some time trouble here. Yeah, queen c3 is threatening mate on g7. I mean, black has a check here. You can check. So, yeah. That's something you can do. Makes probably sense to also play this check here. The queen is not really doing too much there. You cannot really take here because rook g1. And there's still a mate happening. So this pawn is poisoned. Don't take that pawn. Yeah, you can play f6 to prevent the knight, but rook g1 is still really strong. Yeah, the best is to first give the check and then play something like f6. Or you also have, yeah, okay, so it looks like the best would have been to go something like this, and then now here you have e5. Okay, but f6 happened. And now rook g1 is really annoying. Really, really annoying here. You can also take here first and then play rook g1. Because even if you take here, you still have big problems there on g7. And don't forget, we're up a pawn, right? So you can even just take this one. And we have different colored bishops. And the different colored bishops are always better for the person who's attacking. And that is definitely white here in this case. So Vincent has a really promising position here today. for all the Vincent Keimer fans in chat. Yeah, only 14 minutes left. Moves are about to come quicker. We will come back here in around 10 minutes because then is when the time trouble is gonna hit. Okay, where should we go now? Okay, what happened here? Didn't Frederick had a really promising position earlier? Looks like. So here we thought he has a really nice advantage because the king's still in the middle. Oh, and here was the point where we said knight f4 is a really nice move, making the way also for the rook here to e3, but he played bishop g5. Yeah, so in this position, white is better. So I'm surprised what happened here. How did the queens get traded off? Okay, wow. The best move here is not easy to find. The best move is rook h1. I think that's that's hard to find. Knight f5 also looks promising. Attacking the bishop here. And then just followed by something like bishop d3. Okay, he went for bishop e2. Oh, he took a pawn there. I mean, it's a nice motive because you are taking the piece that is still protecting the knight. So after takes, we won a pawn. But we're also trading off the queens of the board. And we were down a pawn earlier because we sacrificed one pawn when we played f5. So the material is equal here. Material is equal, but white has the h pawn and has a bishop. So I think Frederick will still play this here for a win. I really think Frederick plays this for a win. And I think he also has good chances. I mean, the h pawn is really, really nice. So yeah, we should not underestimate that. How's the time management here? They're already in move 24. So they're already a little bit farther ahead. Okay, he went for g5 as well. You think a GM should hold this together? I mean, this is not a completely easy position. Easier said than done, I would say. You get WCM title with 2000 ELO. Can we just play rook takes g5? I think the problem is that after rook takes g5 we can take... Oh wait, I thought we have a check in the end, but... Wait... What am I missing? Rook takes g5. Takes. Takes. Oh, you just protect this pawn here, this bishop. Your knight is still hanging, so the knight cannot go anywhere because then here's the check. Okay, so that's the trick. you just protect this 1-for-1 move. Because, yeah, then you have the check in the end. But yeah, good that you... yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. But yeah, good that you pointed that out. So after taking, we just protect the bishop because the knight is hanging, and when you move it, we have this check here in the end. So what he has to do is just go away with his knight. Maybe to d5. And this is still not a threat because now we have bishop g4 again. What was my favorite female player growing up? Ooh, I never had like an idol of anything. Really interesting endgame. Okay, let's go to the next game. Rasmus against Nispiano. They're also only in move 21. They will also get in some interesting time trouble moves here. 20 moves to go, both under 15 minutes here. So what happened here? So white doubled the pieces on the f file. Also have a queen on g3. So looks like they want to achieve something here. Okay, I guess black will probably take back, maybe with a pawn. White can play d4 as well. So something like this could happen. And then like trying to double up the pieces here. The thing is, I don't really see what all the pieces here are threatening. So if black manages to get in here, maybe that could be a little bit annoying for white. So this is the position right now. But queen takes d5 also works here. Yeah, it's definitely worth to learn to play chess. It's an awesome thing to do. Oh, they agreed on a draw here, guys. Oh, we got a draw, so that's why he was thinking for so long. They played a draw, so white offered a draw and black accepted it. I mean, the position looks equal. They could have played on, but they decided to go for a draw here. I see. Yeah, the Polgar sisters are definitely really an inspiration. I agree. How is Anish Giri doing, by the way? How is Arjun doing today? Arjun already drew his game against Nordibek Abdulatorov in this position here. Was a really exciting game, though. Was a really exciting game. So Anish Giri here has a strong bishop and h3. Yeah, this looks like a really complicated position. So he can even take this pawn here. Queen b3. Knight goes back. Oh, you can also go with this. So this is not threatening or what? Oh, knight f4 happening here. Wow. Knight f4 because of the takes, queen g4. Just e4. Cold-blooded. Cutting the only defense piece off. Yes, so the knight can jump to f4. Wow. Do all the players get an Antrittsprämie? Yes, I mean, it's their job to get paid for playing. 100%. Yeah, this is a really nice maneuver here. I mean, white doesn't have to take the knight. But looks dangerous for white here, this position. Are Düsseldorf and Viernheim playing for the title at the moment? Actually, Düsseldorf already got the title yesterday after they win. Even if Viernheim wins today, they're only in second place. But Viernheim already announced they will try everything to beat them because Düsseldorf won every single match so far. So they just want to end the season with beating the champion, which is a nice way to end the season, right? So yeah, that's what's happening here. Düsseldorf is in the lead right now because Wesley so beat Mamedyarov. But we also have some games where Viernheim has a better position. For example, here. So Dennis Wagner is ahead in this position here. So let's try to figure out what is happening. So black has 3 pieces for 1 rook. Okay, let's say 3 pieces against 1 rook and 4 pawns. So if you calculate, that's 9 against 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So point-wise, it's equal. But this position is so much better for black because you can actually take here on g2. You can take this pawn. The rook has to go somewhere. I don't know, d1. Wait, what? You play rook d8 here? Oh, it's just mate. That's pretty. Oh, that's the wrong check. Okay, so that's what happened. The rook is hanging, and if the rook moves away, we play rook d8. That is pretty. That is really, really pretty. Wow. Rook d8 here. Sacrificing the rook. Which team is in the lead in the women's section? That Bad Königshofen. And if they're not losing like 6-0, they should be champions. But there's still the match of the others. So yeah, we'll see. Also, Viernheim really wants to win today because, I mean, in the open section, because if Viernheim wins, they will be second. And Baden still has the chance to become second. So that's also really interesting. Yeah, white resigned here in this position. What a game by Dennis Wagner. What a game. So right now, it's equal between Viernheim and Düsseldorf. And we only have 2 games left in this matchup. One of it is the Anish-Giri game we just looked at, and the other one is this one here. And here it seems like Fjernheim has a little bit better position. Okay, queen is hanging, queen is going away. I mean, I guess white will play something like a4 next move to open up here everything. So black does not really have an attack at all. The king is pretty safe here on g1. Yeah, Anton might win this. Really strong Spanish grandmaster here. Yeah, Fjernheim actually might be able to beat Düsseldorf today. Knight takes g4? What? You mean knight takes b5 here? Is that what you're talking about? The thing is that it's black turn. g4 is here. I think you mean b5. How is it going? It's actually really interesting because there might be a chance of Fjernheim beating Düsseldorf today. Yeah, so let's say if black is doing something stupid like f5, we can definitely take here. Because this is just attacked 3 times and you cannot protect it. So you're completely right, this is in the air. So knight c3 is the move black should play here. And the only move that gives advantage here to white is bishop takes b5. And if you take on b1, we just go here, threatening there. Rook c7. And bishop c6. Wow, this is the line really, again, I'm like, yeah, interesting. Really interesting to find that. Knight c3 happened. So the only line that gives white advantage is this line here. Yeah, that is difficult. He has 14 minutes left. They're on move 26. So we're getting to the phase where everyone is in time trouble here. So I'm curious if he's gonna find that move. Okay, guys, as I told you, Vincent is also in a really interesting phase of his game because they don't have much time left. So let's see. I see queens have been traded off. So Vincent had a good position here. So threatening mate and can take back the pawn. f6 happened, taking there. And rook g1, really nasty for black to defend all of this. King h7, rook g2, just doubling up. Okay, so this is the position now. Here is really nasty stuff, but this pawn is also really weak. Looks like this is not easy to play for black here for David Navarra. Now we can actually take here in fu, take on b3. We will just play e4. This bishop here is protected. Your bishop does not have many squares to go. If you go, for example, here, we can just take on e6, and the bishop is trapped. The bishop is basically trapped on g6. So in this position, you would have to take here And after king takes, we're up a piece. I mean, you can try some stuff here, but should be winning. Should be winning here. So he can take here, followed by this. I mean, if you go here now and then try to take here, then black still has the move h4 to get a escape route. So taking here first is the better option. Fourteen moves and 14 move for 14 minutes and a need to spot bishop b5. That's tough, yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to see in the Van Forest game. I agree. I'm just checking the results so far. And yeah, it looks like Decisive is about to beat Kirchweihe. And the rest is still open. Yeah, Düsseldorf against Viernheim is 3 against 3 to 3. So it all comes down to the last two boards there. And Vincent Keimer, where we're just watching his game. They only had 2 draws so far. So 1 against 1. And as you know, Mülheim Nord needs to win today, but it does not look... I mean, maybe, actually. Okay, let's have a deeper look into this matchup, because, okay, I will quickly show you this here. So here you see this matchup, and Mülheim Nord needs to win today against OSG Baden-Baden, which is super tough to hold the league. And they have 2 draws so far, and we saw the game of Theo Gungul, who had a better position, and it looks like Dinstuhl also has a better position against Alexei Shirov. So if both of them somehow manage to win, yeah, I mean, it's still gonna be tough, because those two look... I mean, I'm just looking at the evil bar right now. So let's say those two lose, those two win. Vincent also gonna win. Then here, Valentin Buchels would need to win with black pieces. So yeah, a lot of if, but it looks like Mülheim Nord has some promising positions here. So we can also have a look at the games deeper. So Vincent is really good, what we've seen here. So also the ideas with trapping the bishop, really, really dangerous. So let's go to Valentin Buchels here with the black pieces. Okay, just counted the pawns, and the pawns are equal. Yeah, looks like this is hard to win. I mean, the knight cannot move, because then this would have been hanging, attacking this pawn. So I guess h3 here. But it's hard to win this with black. Okay, so let's see here. Where the evil bar showed us that black is in an advantage. I don't see the advantage anymore. But it looks like a wild game where anything can happen. So this pawn here is protected by the queen on h2. This rook is just hanging around on a4. It's white to move. White can do something like... Bishop d4, protecting here. Bishop is protected. Queen takes h5. I mean, it looks dangerous to not protect the square anymore. So yeah, and this is also protected here. So this is not good. No, it's not mate on h7. We're protecting it with the queen here. So I think you cannot move the queen for now here from the h2 square. Okay, so I guess black would try to win this here somehow. I mean, still everything is possible in this position, I would say. And then we had this position here, where white was winning out of the opening. And he's up 2 pawns in this position, has a lot of passed pawns. Even though we have different colored bishops, it looks promising. And again, he needs to win. Mülheim Nord needs to not lose today to have a chance to stay in the league. Probably they need to win to have a chance. So this is gonna be tough, but they're having a great fight so far. Just looking at the game of Theo Gungel and chess player Theo is in chat. I don't think it's the same person, but hello, nice to see you there. I mean, the thing is when you take, and you want to take here, then we just run. And you cannot go behind the pawn here right now. And also this is not working because we have everything under control. So this is pretty much losing for black. So you cannot allow that to happen. You would need to do something else here. Yeah, chat is trolling me. Person in the chat is not really that. Okay, then we also have this here. This position. Where Mülheim Nord needs to hold a draw. Looks tough. But we'll see. And we also have this position where OSG Baden-Baden is in a better position here. Yeah, this pawn looks just super dangerous. Okay, we will keep an eye on that. For now, I want to see, because we also have the camera of Jordan van Foreest right now, if his opponent saw the move bishop takes b5. So a lot happened here. So maybe you remember in this position, I told you the only move that gives white advantage is bishop takes b5, giving up the rook. And that's actually what happened. Here, bishop a4 is the best move, discovering here on the bishop on b7. And he played bishop c6 first. Also good move. Black sacrifices the exchange back. And now we go here first. So now you should take back here. And we have actually equal material. How did that happen after the last 10 moves? Crazy that we got in a position like this where the material is even. But the thing is, black has a lot of weaknesses here. So this is tough to defend for Jordan van Foreest here. This is really tough to defend for him. Why was bishop a4 better? I think it didn't make a big difference because after rook c7, then you would play bishop c6 and then we would get into the same position. So it was just a little bit different move order actually. Yeah, it would be a big win for white here. To have a chance to beat Düsseldorf. Therefore, it would be important. Okay, how much time do I have left? 7 against 11 minutes. Here we also are under 10 minutes and move 32. And it looks like White has no advantage anymore left. Because the pawns cannot advance anymore. Oh, Black can even play f5 here. Why is f5 so strong? What happens if we take en passant? Knight takes f6, and this is more like a weakness than something strong. So he does have some problems here. Yeah, in this position, maybe he should have taken the knight, but it's also not really winnable. Maybe he wanted too much and now he's in danger. Yeah, realizing that you gave up your advantage can be really painful. Can be really, really painful. Oh, what's happening here? This looks like close to the end. Under 3 minutes here. White is up 2 pawns, so that looks really not so great for Black. So Werder Bremen might be defeating Bayern Munich. But we already have a decisive result here. So the guy who played so long to win his game yesterday, Zaha Efimenko, he lost super quick today. And there is a really pretty checkmate on the board. Maybe you can see it. After king takes h5, queen h1. Yeah, I mean, there's not really you can do. After this, we have a checkmate here. So yeah, that's really pretty. So yeah, White has had a nice and quick win here. Just slowly improving. Yeah, that's how this game here ended. And another game already ended. Bayern Munich is also winning on the first and on the second board. Wow, what is happening here? Bayern Munich is on fire this weekend. They really came to win. They knew they had to win a few games to make the league, and they actually defeated super strong players here. Also board 2 won for them. So it looks like Bayern Munich might be defeating Werder Bremen this weekend. Okay, let's look at this game here. Leonardo Costa, our new GM, just made his 3rd norm last weekend. Super strong, super young player. I think he's like 16 or 17. Don't get me wrong. He's up a pawn here, but looks like he needs to be careful because there are some threats sometimes to sacrifice something here. The bishops are really pointing at the king. But for now, everything is fine. You can just go here with your king. Going over to e7, where it's a little bit safer right now. Okay, white should take here. You're taking back and... Okay, so actually here bishop takes g6 works. After taking, we have d5, and then there are some dangerous things happen here. Wow, what a line. Okay, so that's a draw here. So clearly, this is gonna happen. Only 30 seconds for black. Yeah, it's not much time here left for Leonardo Costa. Not an easy position as well. They're only in move 30 here. Nice to see that also the greatest have time travel. Yeah, I mean, these are really hard positions to play, right? But I think the maneuver was really nice that when taking here, you just take the one chance when the knight is not here to sacrifice the pawn, because you're really happy to sacrifice the pawn when your bishop here gets active. Because on b2, the bishop is really not doing a lot. So it's completely fine to give up this pawn to activate the bishop here. Yeah, black can be distracted from kingside with such moves and then quickly it's over. Yeah, I mean, the line we saw looked really dangerous for black, even though it was a draw in the end. Okay, we have more exciting games happening. So they're on move 35. So they're a little bit ahead, but they still have 5 moves to go. And it looks like Leon is doing quite good here. Leon is up a pawn. And also the knight on f5 looks beautiful. And also the king is in some danger here, opposite to the queen. So this is in a matchup of Heimbach against Soling. And Heimbach is not out of the danger zone yet. They only have 8 points right now. They lost the 2 last games, yesterday and the day before. So yeah, it would be nice for them to win. I mean, Mülheim is at 7 points, and Bad Mergentheim also. And 2 other teams besides Kiel have to leave the league. So if Bad Mergentheim is out, they're not playing today, so they will have to leave the league. But if Mülheim somehow manages to beat Baden-Baden, then Heimbach, Weißenfels, and Deggendorf would be the ones that need to score some points today to not be on the bottom of the list. Is this a game where black pushed a G pawn in the beginning of the opening? I don't think we watched this game before, to be honest. Did we? I mean, he did play G6 in the opening, if that's what you mean. It was another game, okay. Okay, he did went for the check first. The king needs to move, and then you can also bring the queen in here to f5 and trying to quade off the queens. So a possible line here would be this. Bishop's hanging. And if you try to protect this pawn, we just come in here and take one pawn after the other, because these pawns are all so weak. Yeah, if you try to protect this one, then we have a check, winning the bishop. Okay, so this one looks really good for white here. Okay, Anish Giri, they have only 3 more moves to do to get into the extra time mode. They will get extra time after move 30 here. We have some Parham fans in chat. Yeah, okay, let's try to figure out what's happening here. So black has apparently a free pawn here. But there's also a pawn on c6, which is protected by the bishop on h1. Rook c1 looks like a logical move. If the queen goes away, maybe knight d6 is also annoying. So then we would need to trade off this here. So yeah, this pawn looks like can damage something here for the black structure. So that's really interesting. Not sure. Okay, they have 3 more moves to go. I'm curious. Also, it looks like, I will come back to this game in a second. Dimitri Kolas actually did draw his game. He had a really good position after the opening here, where black had a bad king in the middle, but Dimitri chose the wrong plan, took the exchange, which looks promising, but black has just so much counterplay that he had to give up his exchange back again. So then we got into an end game where everything has been traded off and he could secure the draw in the end. So yeah, I guess he's not happy because he was better in between, but in the end, I guess a draw is a fine result against a really strong opponent, Ivan Zauric here with 2-6-60. And then we have Vincent Keimer. Oh, he had such a promising position, but ended up in a rook endgame. And here he can win another pawn, but it's just not enough, it seems like. Even though here, right now, he's 2 pawns up, all his pawns are just too weak. Wow. You saw an interesting game, Christiansen, Indic versus Alexander Johann Sebastian. Is it today? Yeah, it is today. We will go there. Thanks for pointing that out. Wow, what's happening here? Okay, there are in move 35, so still 5 more moves to go, and it's completely winning for white. I mean, white is also up a piece and a rook, so I think this is time to resign here. What happened there? Wow, we just came at the right time here. So what happened there? So this is a good position for white. White just infiltrated here on the 8th rank, which looks really, really bad for black. Queens have been traded in a funny way. And here he goes for the final blow, knight f6 check. If the king moves, we are just a rook and a piece up. So yeah, time to resign for Christiansen. But thank you for pointing that game out. So that is a big win for Deggendorf against St. Pauli. As I already said, Deggendorf would really like to win a game today, the match today, because they are not safe yet. Not completely safe. If Mülheim somehow manages to get some points against Baden-Baden. But yeah, what happened in the Vincent Keimer game? They also have 6 more moves to do before move 40. So here we will see some quick moves now. But yeah, even though he will be up 2 pawns if this one is taken, that's just not enough. Also, rook f4 here might be an idea. No, it's not. Because we have h5 check. And then we can protect the pawns. Okay, so you need to be careful with black, but rook e3 seals the deal here. So this is the position. Vincent has to move, but it is a drawn endgame. He had a better position, but it looks like here, if black plays correct, he can get the draw. Vincent only having 30 seconds left, guys. Yeah, if he plays something like e5, the king can just come here. And it's not enough. It's not enough. But he can play this on for a while. He can play this position. I mean, he is up a pawn still in the end. King needs to go to f6 or f7. King h6 loses. Yeah, I guess Vincent made a wrong move. We can look at that in a second, but I would stay to this position right now because they only have... So, okay, well, he has still 4 minutes. So let's see what he did wrong. So he had a really promising position here, right? We remember this. So he went into this rook endgame where black just has so many weak pawns. And I mean, in the end, he did win some of them, but just not enough. So here it would have been better. Oh yeah, you remember, because in this position he still has to move h4 to save the bishop. So it was better to take here first, because now h4, we can just play something like rook c4 and then we win this pawn here, it seems like. And here we looked at the line. When this happens, then here we win the bishop like this. So here was a little bit better to take the pawn first and not to play e4. So that was a slight mistake. Here also would be better to first move the bishop to keep the bishops on the board, because our bishop has a lot of pressure against the g7 pawn, but the bishops have been traded like this. And he thought, I mean, he is up 2 pawns, but it's apparently a theoretical draw. So let's see. Oh, we also get a moving camera here, so a little room tour for you guys. Which more board do we get? Oh, we get the board of Vincent Keimer. How convenient, because that's the game we're looking at right now. And also a lot of people watching. David Navarra versus Vincent Keimer. Thanks for the cameraman. Someone's stealing the camera. But now the camera is lagging. Nothing we can do. Funny position though. Yeah, so black is needs to find the right move here. Okay, the camera is a few seconds behind. H5 has been played, and now he needs to go to either f7 or f6, because if you go to h6, the king is just too far away, and we got the move rook to e5, and your king is trapped in the corner here. You cannot really do anything. We can just play a5, and this is enough for us to win this position. If you just do something like this, we can get our king in. If you move on this, we can keep pushing our a pawn. So this is really tough. So for example, like this. Oh, it looks like this is not even winning, because then this happens. Okay, so here we need to play rook f5 first. Okay, let's keep to the position. He did find king f6. Four more moves to go. Both players have no time. Okay, he's going for check. King only has two moves, e7 or e6. And then we will lose one of the pawns in the near future. Because we cannot protect all of them. Also, thanks everyone so much for following today. Thank you. I mean, he's playing for Baden-Baden, and Baden-Baden is sponsored by Grenke. So that makes sense. So you cannot take the pawn right now, because then we have rook e8 check and get this pawn at the rook trade, and this endgame would be winning for white. So you need to wait before doing this. You can, for example, play king here, and if we try to, yeah, maybe go here, you can take here, and this is not winning here. Also this one. Okay, maybe first do something like here. The king can just stay here, and this rook is protecting this pawn from queening. So this is a really easy draw actually for black, but yeah, let's see if he knows how to proceed here. No time for both of the players. They need to move quick here. Yeah, he can also pick up the pawn with the king, so we protect this one, and then he will get the pawn like this. You can try to get this pawn here like this, because if you're taking this pawn now, yeah, you cannot take here again because of this. But yeah, king f5 seals the deal. And then you can go to pick up this pawn here. Actually, this is losing. Because of rook a5, check. You need to go here. I see. Okay, both of the players only need to do one more move here to get into the time control. Yeah, the king needs to hide behind this pawn, so when our pawn is here, we don't have a check to promote. So it needs to go to the G file here as quick as possible. A lot of people watching this board as well. Oh yeah! Thanks for saying that, Nightbot. Everyone watching on YouTube, we appreciate if you can give a thumb up. That really helps us. So if you're watching on YouTube, we would appreciate that. The white king is the most lazy here. I mean, it's cannot really do a lot because this rook is doing a good job. He's losing! No, that's not what happened. Why would he do that? Do you think they agreed on a draw, maybe? This is losing because we have just a7 and a check. I don't think that he blunders like that. That doesn't make any sense. I can imagine they agreed on a draw and just put the kings on the wrong square. Yeah, the camera is a little bit behind. I think they agreed on a draw in this position here. I think that's what happened. Yeah, I also think it's a draw. I mean, he just goes here and that's a dead draw. Keimer won? No way. Yeah, but why would he play king d5 here? I'm trying to figure out what happened here. I mean, okay, in the camera, this just happened. So let's see. Okay, so he played this. The camera is a little bit behind. I cannot believe that. No, I don't think that Navarra blundered like this. So the move we got here is king takes e4, which is also fine. Yeah, it also says here, I think they agreed on a draw and just put the kings on the wrong square. Because king d5 would never happen here. Yeah, he took here. We see that in the camera. And they agreed on a draw, I think. I think they agreed on a draw in this position here. Yeah, okay, I see. I was shocked. I mean, it makes no sense that he would play king d5 here. Because now it's just losing. Okay, they played a draw. I got a heart attack for a second. Yeah. They put king d5 after the game finished. Broadcaster will delete king d5. Thank you so much. They put the kings on the wrong square. Did he resign? Why did they put the kings like that? I think they just put the kings on the wrong square there. Yeah, the kings are signaling white won, but why would he resign in this position here? I don't think that's what happened. I'm also really confused. No, so what happened, what we saw on the camera is that he took here and then they shook hands. So they shook hands in this position. So the other two moves did not happen. They shook hands after this position. We saw that in the cameras, right? But then they put the kings on the wrong squares here. Why would he resign in this position? I think the kings are just on the wrong squares. Why would he take here and resign? That can't be what happened. Yeah, something's wrong here. I mean, the kings, we see it in the camera that they are signaling that white won, but I don't think that that's what happened. Because why would Navarra take the pawn and resign in the same second? So what I saw here is that he resigned, he made the move and Vincent said, draw, okay, draw. That's what I think happened here. But I hope he smiled, so they agreed to a draw. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, they got the results right. The arbiters, they signed the paper sheets. I think they just put the kings on the wrong square here. Because the game did end after king takes e4. We did see that clearly. Yeah, but that's not what happened, Ufuk. We saw the handshake after king takes e4. The handshake happened after king takes e4. We saw that clearly. A6 never happened. That was analysis. Yeah, I don't know why no one is correcting the kings on the board. Okay, now the camera is switched. Oh, you think he lost on time? Ooh, that could happen. Yeah, maybe he lost on time. Ooh, that could happen because the time here says 30-30. Do you really think he lost on time here? That would be so heartbreaking. Yeah, it looks like it. He got the extra time. No, this was his last move he had to play. Maybe he lost on time. Yeah, maybe he lost on time. That could be what happened here. Wow. That is so heartbreaking if he really lost on time. Holy shit then. Why would he smile? That would be heartbreaking to lose this position here on time. That could also be the reason why Mülheim needs to leave the league. Oh, it looks like the other boards from Mülheim are also not doing too great. Yeah, but a6 never happened. We saw that. The last move was king takes e4 and then there was a handshake. We saw that clearly in the camera. A6 was analysis. They did it. Yeah. Thank you, Ufuk. Let us know if you know more. Because yeah, the game, like A6 did not happen here. So you think it's a draw? I don't know. So what happened here? Was white not up like 2 pawns? It's not winning anymore for white. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That would have been such an important game here. Okay, you think he lost on time? Could be, could be. Okay, how is Frederick doing? Oh no, Frederick not doing great here. So he does not have his pass pawns anymore. He had such a good position and now he's just so uncoordinated here. What should he even do? Like knight g3 is really annoying, getting the knight in here. Or no, even to f5. And this is also weak. Oh, poor Frederick here. Okay, since we got all the boards to move 40, and I think someone in chat, probably Ufuk, will tell us soon what happened there, I will switch to the women's section because we got some results there as well. He resigned in a drawn position? Wow. He resigned in a drawn position. That's crazy. He didn't see h6 and king g6. That is heartbreaking. He resigned in a drawn position on move 30 at 40. Why did he not think for another 30 seconds before resigning? No, a6 was not happening. We saw that. We saw that his last move was king takes e4 and then he shook hands. 100%. Navarra lost on time before king takes e4 according to what happened in the camera. Yeah, I also think that he lost on time. Okay, so then he lost on time. Yeah, I don't think he would resign after king takes e4. That doesn't make sense. I also think he lost on time. Because a6 never happened on the board. We saw that on the camera. Also, Jana Schneider won here against Eline Röbers. What a game. What a game, guys. We have to have a look at this. So, white sacrificed a piece here. This was apparently not a good move. You had to sacrifice the exchange here, followed by knight b to c4. That was the only good thing black could do here, but it was hard to find. So hard to find. Taking on d6 and bishop c5. Wow, what is happening in this position? This is crazy. So black is up a piece, but white has like 4 pawns for the piece, I think. So extremely complicated. Oh, just not taking back the piece. I see. Okay, now we can This is crazy stuff here. Okay, still 4 pawns for the piece. Yeah, Jana is definitely a specialist for winning wild games. I agree. Wow. That was really hard to play with black though. Really uncoordinated pieces here, and the pawns, they were just rolling. And black did not have an attack. So, wow, great game by Jana Schneider. Great game by Jana Schneider. Yeah, I think the camera we see here is Kostyniuk against Nino, but they finished like ages ago. So I don't know why we have this camera here right now. I mean, you can go on our YouTube stream and go back in time a little, because there you also see the camera again on the Lichess YouTube stream, where you can go back in time. I will go to the standings here, but I'm pretty sure that they shook hands after King takes e4. I mean, I did not know if he lost on time, but I'm pretty confident about that. Okay, so these are the results so far. Let's have a quick look. So Deggendorf won against St. Pauli. St. Pauli having a really tough weekend. They lost every single match so far. Decisive beat Kirchweihe 4.5 to 3.5 with a win of Benjamin Gledura against Borki Priterich. So nice win of them. And then this one here is still going on. And Mülheim Nord, as I said, they needed to win today, or maybe even a draw to hold the league. But also with the heartbreaking loss of David Navarra, which we still need to check somehow what exactly happened. But I do think he lost on time. That's the most likely thing to do. Yeah, we think he lost on time after King takes e4 never happened. Are you there? Are you live there, Sloviran? We're streaming on lichess.org on YouTube. Bayern Munich looks like they're about to win against Werder Bremen, so also big win for them. Hamburg winning against Dresden. Frederick still fighting here, the last man fighting. And Heimbach against Solingen still going on. So we can go back to the game of Leon Liviak. We did not check that for a while. And we have a result in Viernheim against Düsseldorf. Actually, they made the 4-4. So Wesley So won on board 2, but Dennis Wagner won on board 8, and all the other games ended in a draw. So this is the only match Düsseldorf did not win. So I guess it's also a really nice finish of Viernheim. But if I'm not mistaken, it's still not sure who's gonna be second this season. So OSG Baden might be second if they win today. I don't know about the third rating category. So Buchholz, what's the standing are there right now? Oh, okay, you checked it. Navarra didn't note that his time was running up, made King takes e4 quickly, but was already on 0-0-0 before pressing the clock. I see. That is heartbreaking. Yeah, okay, so he lost on time on move 40. That is heartbreaking. Navarra lost on time in a drawn position. Yeah, he lost on time. Wow. Okay, so he lost on time on move 40. That is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. Wow. We got a rate? Who did we get a rate from? But thanks so much for the rate. I don't see a rate happening. But Navarra took his heavy hit quite easy, so no tears. Yeah, but this is heartbreaking. Okay, so he really lost on time. And let's look at the women's standings here. So, okay. Bayern Munich again. Okay, I can... Bayern Munich has a good game against Decisive today. OSG Baden-Baden 3-3 against Schwäbisch Hall. Only draws on every single board. And Bad Königshofen looks like they might... Ooh, not so clear. They have 2 losing positions right now against Hamburg. So, I mean, they are in a 2-0 lead, but not so clear. So, could really be that Hamburg beat Bad Königshofen today. But they already have 2 board points, so that should be enough for them to make the champion, even though if they lose all the remaining boards. Should be enough. Rodewischer Schachmietzen are in a lead against Tura. Seeblig Diepholzweide against Solingen, also not done yet. And as I said, Löberitz is playing against Hema, and this match will decide who will make the league. And they have two games here still going, so we will have to check there. Because before the round, Hema had 4 points and Löberitz 5. And if Hema manages to win, they can make the league. And it looks like they might have a chance. So a draw is not enough. They need to win. So Kurchaska Honorata needs to win on board 1. So let's have a look at that board. So let's have a look. Board 1 of Hema against Löberitz, against Laura Rugule. So we will check that. So this is a really important game and decides who will stay in the league and who will have to leave the league. So she needs to win with the black pieces here to secure the league. I mean, there is also another game happening here, but it looks like this is winning for Löberitz. I mean, white is up a pawn and has a really good king. I mean, maybe black can hold this somehow, but let's say white wins that, then black needs to win here. Black is up a pawn, but it's not easy. Wait, yeah, up a pawn. Yeah, 4 Piglows in one team. Yeah, they're really strong, the Piglows. Also, guys, I want to look again at the moment where he lost on time. I'm gonna find it for you guys. Okay, I think I just did find it. I will show it to you again. So I will show you the live cam here. It's really small. But Okay, yeah, he was realizing he lost on time. You saw that? Yeah, he lost on time. He lost on time. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking stuff. Yeah, it's clear. It was move 40, actually. It was the last move he had to make. Yeah, it was his 40th move where he lost on time while taking the pawn, yeah. So Vincent was like, I'm sorry. That's heartbreaking. Losing on time in a drawn position. On move 40 also. Yeah. They do add 30 seconds per move. But only after you make the move, and he didn't make his move quick enough. Yeah, you still make your move in time. Yeah, this is exciting here. Not easy for black though. Those rooks are powerful. Maybe playing rook e2. Attacking the b2 pawn here. Yeah, if he made move 39 with 1 second, he should have 31 seconds to play move 40. That's true. But he was already on move 40, and maybe he had 46 seconds. He had 46 seconds to make the move, but he didn't make it in time. I don't know how much time he had, but I think he had something like that. Yeah, I'm really angry at this comment. Who even watches women's chess? I bet most of the players playing the Bundesliga are stronger than you, so that's a really nasty comment. Yeah, no, I cannot time out anyone right now. Whatever. Um so yeah, a5 you say here is also a good candidate move. I mean, if we get a pass pawn here, that's really nice, right? So that could be a really good plan here for sure. So yeah, and Bad Königshofen, we can also check how they're doing because they might be the new champions of the Women Bundesliga. So on board one, Monika Socko. Oh, that's interesting. Monika Socko played yesterday in the Open Bundesliga, and today she's playing in the Women's Bundesliga. So she's taking all the experiences at one time. Wow, that is wild. I just realized that. She's switching teams from yesterday to today. So she is actually also winning here right now. She's just a pawn up, and yeah, this is pretty hard. Black has not many things to do like in this position. Okay, looks like h5 is a good move because you can never move your knight again because we will just pick up the h6 pawn. Okay, so this is one of the games. So Hamburg really looks like they could defeat the champions today. So okay, if Hamburg is winning this game, we just see here on the screen, then it's 2-1 the score, 2-2 the score, and we have two more boards going on. So one of them is Lepo Kokozu, really young player, really strong player as well. And she has this position here with the black pieces. Wow. She's up 2 pawns. She's up 2 pawns. Okay, if white does nothing, like king g2, we can just play, go here, queen a4 check, maybe even king goes back. At some point we're gonna play d2. We can also get our e-pawn rolling here. Probably that's the easiest, to get the e-pawn rolling. 2-2-2-2. Yeah, 2-2-2. Yeah, true. That sounds a little like 2-2-2. Whatever. So Lepo Cuckoo might be winning this. And then if this position here ends in a draw, that would mean that Hamburg is defeating Bad Königshofen today, which would be a big win, a really, really big win. Okay, this is a wild position though. Like black cannot move the rook because then it's just checkmate, and we also have a really strong pass pawn here. But just playing like this, okay, queen f2 maybe. We will just get this pawn here. And then we will trade those pawns here and have this endgame. Yeah, so this really likely could end in a draw. So Hamburg could really defeat Bad Königshofen now, but it looks like it doesn't make a difference. It looks like they would still win here. The championship title, Bad Königshofen, because they're in the lead and they have more board points. Okay, let's go back to the open section here. Okay, Frederick's still fighting here. Oh, and we get the camera back. Oh, and Jordan van Forest. Oh no, this is not the live cam. I think he's been done for a while. I think this game ended in a draw, but okay, we have a cam anyway, so we can watch some spectators here. So Frederick managed to trade one rook pair, but this knight here looks really active, and our bishop on a4 is not really doing a lot, I have to say. Yeah, no, I banned him, Bistro. I banned him. Okay, let's look at the other remaining games here. So we had this game where white was up a pawn and looked really promising, but it looks like some of his advantage went away because his strong pass pawn has been traded off. And in these open positions, the bishops are really strong as well. So I guess it's hard to win this position now because you don't have a pass pawn anymore. Oh, this is also a game we have not seen today at all. Another rook end game. Let's go into it. Felix Bloberger against Vlastimir Babula in Bayern Munich against Werder Bremen. And as we already said, Bayern Munich is having a great weekend so far. They won yesterday and the day before in the open section. And today they're in a 3.5 to 1.5 lead against Werder Bremen. So, yeah, Werder Bremen needs some wins here, but it does not really look like it. Can we watch Frederik Swane again later? He's still... Yes, for sure. We will come back to his game, for sure. There are not many games happening anyway, so we will go to the remaining games. So Werder Bremen needs to try to win the remaining games, but does not look like he's about to win. But, I mean, he's gonna win the a-pawn for sure. And then he will try to push these pawns here. So maybe he has a chance. Also, sometimes he can hide his king in between this pawn so there's no check from behind. Could be an idea sometimes as well. But yeah, this should be a draw. But we already saw a tragic loss today in a drawn rook end game at the board of Vincent Keimer. So yeah, you never know, right? He's drawing again, Frederick. Oh, what's happening here? Still queens on the board. White is up a pawn, but it looks like if everything has been traded off, like black can control this pawn really well. So this should also be a draw, I guess. We can also watch... We have not watched Bennett Hagner today. So he had a great season. I think he only drew one game and won all the other one. So thank you so much for the raid. Hello everyone. We're watching the Bundesliga on lichess.org. Make sure to follow lichess.org on Twitch and YouTube. So So yeah, thank you. We're watching the Bundesliga, the strongest league on the world, for the final round. And this is the game of Bennett Hagner here against Bernhard Stilger in OSG Baden against Mülheim Nord. And Mülheim Nord will not make the league. Unfortunately, they had some tragic losses today. One of them lost on time. And and in this position here, Queen F3 looks good. Because the pawn and games, are they winning? They should be winning because we can take. So it's important when you take that we take back with the pawn, I guess, so we can run. But king takes is also winning because we're just faster. Okay, so you can never trade the queens here. Maybe queen d4 check, queen e3, something like this, and then we just go here. I mean, we are up 2 pawns, but the queen always can give many checks, so this is gonna go on for a while. Okay, then let's go back to the board of Frederick Svane. Did Anton convert in the end? No, his game actually ended in a draw. We can also look what happened here. So they agreed on a draw here after repeating for a couple of times. He did had a better position here. He could have gone for something like rook d7. The king is really weak and black also has a lot of weak pawns, but he decided to trade off the rooks, and then in this position it's just not enough. And they went for the draw. I mean, if he would have won somehow, then they actually would have beaten Düsseldorf, but this did not happen actually. Okay, what is happening on this board here? Wow, that looks like a lot of pawns still here. Also funny that there's a pawn and there also, yeah, this is a funny pawn structure here. We have different color bishops. Black is a pawn up, but they cannot really move at all. So yeah, I guess since they're different colored bishop, this should be a draw. Oh, we have the live cam again of Vincent Keimer here, so you're gonna see Navarra lose on time soon again. So I don't know why this is the live cam showing, but yeah, in a couple of minutes you'll see him lose again if you look close. Yeah, it's hard to make process for anyone in this position. Because you cannot move any pawns, so you will just go around with your rook. Like this is protected. This is all protected, so I guess this is just gonna the both are just gonna shuffle here. When you try to go here to attack this pawn. Oh, you can never leave because c7, c8 is just a queen. I see. Yeah, so both people are just gonna shuffle here on their rank and then nothing's gonna happen. Okay, let's go to Frederick because you wished for that game here against Jerguk Peshak. And okay, so he has to find the only move here not to lose, which is c4. If he's not playing c4 here, rook d2 is just really bad. I mean, let's say something like a4 happens, rook d2, king e3, Rook b2. Oh, the bishop is in danger, and then this pawn is also falling. Yeah, but he's gonna see that. He's gonna see that rook d2 is a big threat. And the thing is, after this move here, he can go here, and this pawn is no longer hanging. So c4 is the only move here, and he needs to find it, but I think he will. I think he will find c4. I mean, we can look at what is happening after c4 as well. If you take here, I mean, you will not because your knight is hanging. Oh, you can even take here. Yeah, I mean, because if I take here, you can take here. And this is a drawn endgame. So yeah, if you're not taking, if you just move your knight away, we can also just take here. And yeah, if you want to, we can also trade here. This is just, pieces will be traded off here, but he needs to find the move c4 because otherwise this is just bad. I love how we rewatching Vincent Keimer winning here. Really painful for David Navarra. Okay, let's go back to the Women's Bundesliga where we still are not decided who will leave the league. So as I said, this position, let's say White will win this because it's really promising here for Alina Rath. That would mean, okay, so now we just got a rook endgame where White is up a pawn, so that looks really nice here because White is also much more active. That would mean that in this position, Black would need to win somehow to hold the league, because if they win, they're in front of Löberitz. Yeah, how many times will we see Navarra lose? Yeah, there we go again. I mean, I'm not in control for the camera. It hurts to see for sure. Yeah, producer hates Navarra. Oh. Okay, here maybe b4 takes some more space on this on the side. White is also down to 1 minute, right? I mean, I don't know who are you guys rooting for, if you are for Löberitz or for Hema. But yeah, if Hema here managed to win, they should be in front of Löberitz, if I'm not mistaken, because before the round they had 4 team points and Löberitz 5, so they will cross them. So this is really about who will make the league here. This game is about who will make the league. If it's a draw, then Löberitz will make the league. If Blacks wins, then they will make the league. Yeah. Slow-mo replay coming up next. Yeah, there's a question if there are any Twitch streamers in this one. Is Laura Rugula not also? Did she not also commentate for Lichess before? I don't want to say anything wrong, but I think or maybe I've only seen an interview of her on the Lichess YouTube channel. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, but they're not on this board. I guess that was the question about. Yeah, you can also go for rook e2 here. Oh, what have been the last few moves? Oh, they're repeated moves here. Yeah, they're repeated moves here. And then she decided not to keep repeating because she knows she has to win. She knows she has to win here. She cannot repeat the moves anymore. Yeah, she needs to come up with something different. I mean, in a normal game, she would probably go for the draw because she's also playing a super strong opponent here, but she needs to play on. She needs to play on because her teammate is losing here with the black pieces. So yeah, this pawn is just too strong here. Oh, you can even take it because now we have rook f7 and we take all the other pawns here. So she's seeing her teammate is losing, so she knows she needs to win here with the black pieces. That's tough to play against WGM and know you need to win even though you have a draw on the board. That's tough. That's really tough. Yeah, we have to see how this game continues because this will decide who will make the league here. Okay, she is playing on. She did not play rook e2, but she played a5, which is also a good move. I mean, at some point, you're trying to get a passed pawn here, right? Okay, let's see if let's see how Hamburg is doing against Bad Königshofen. So white is still winning here in this endgame. So I'm really impressed also by Coco. Now she's up 3 pawns. So, yeah, she will just get these pawns here running. She can take here and play something like rook c2 as well. This is just running here. Yeah, so Hamburg is about to defeat them. But I think they will still stay 4th place in total. But wait. Why is this suddenly... Oh, sorry. Here we go. Yeah, so this is the Swana game. He did play c4 here. And black went for knight to d2. So this is the position we have here right now. So if black takes here, we can just trade and then we have a rook endgame with equal pawns, so it should be a draw. Yeah, Honorata is playing for the team 100%. Oh, he's winning again, guys. You remember when we said it was tough for him in between, but somehow... Okay, so he got active here. I think we had something like this position. Oh, no. We had this position here where I said, okay, now it's not so easy to win anymore because, yeah, you don't have a pass pawn. But it seems like he made something out of it. So he went for activity here. So queen f3 would have been the best move for black, it seems like. But he went for king h7, allowing us to hop in with the knight and get an extra pawn here. So having this queen endgame. Okay, so what happens after check here and taking there? I guess we just take another pawn. And then we 2 pawns up in a queen endgame. So this should be winning. Wow. So Leon Liviac is winning this against Max Mamadam. I'm sorry for all the Dutch fans here. This is now winning. 2 pawns are enough. Also, this king is kind of safe enough here on h3. You don't have a perpetual right now. Oh, now we finally got a camera. This is still happening. So we have Max Mamadan against Leon Liviac here in the camera finally. Okay, he gave the check, so I could imagine him taking this pawn here. But it's tough. Yeah, it's really tough. There's no perpetual for black. Also, our queen is guarding the 5th rank, so you have no check on h5. I guess that's also important here. I do think he's gonna take this pawn here on b2. Okay, there's another interesting game still going. So here Nikita Vitiugov, yeah, he's up a pawn. Should be winning for him. Should be winning. Here you can also just play knight c3. You cannot trade those pieces. This would be winning for us, and I don't know what you want to do. We can just try to go for this pawn as well. Yeah, if you try to go here. We're just too active. The king is just too far away. So at some lines we have to give up this pawn, but get this pawn in exchange for that. Okay, playing h4 here. Yeah, we need to activate our knight again. Knight is not doing too much here. Maybe over c2. Okay, let's go back to the women's section. Because as said, okay, I think Hamburg is gonna win against Bad Königshofen, they collected enough board points to make this happen. So here again, this position, white will win, I guess. Oh, it's not. Okay, it's still pretty winning, but now black got a pass pawn as well. So maybe black can hold this position somehow. Then a draw in this position would be enough. But if black wins here, they hold the league. And Löberitz is gonna... So whoever wins this match, this team will make the league or not. So this is crazy. So let's see what happened here. So black did not do the perpetual. So she knew she had to play on. And she went for a5. So, okay, just to understand, this pawn here is not hanging because we will just take the pawn on g4 and this is much more important. So, what happened here? Bishop here. Okay, we still take this one. Why are you not taking here now? Rook still hanging. Okay, going here. This is the position I see. What happens after this move now? Oh, we just go with these pawns now. We got no pass pawns here on this side now of the board. So g5 is a really strong move. So this is the position. Seems like bishop g1 is a playable move. But we will just hop around with our knight trying to attack some stuff. Yeah, Honorata is really showing her will to fight here. Yeah, g5 here is now a really strong move. Because I mean, if we're trading off the rooks, we're just up a pawn in the end. So for example here, there's also a bishop hanging. Yeah, you cannot go here. You can also not go here and here, so you would need to go... Oh, we still do... Okay, so this is just not really... Okay. So guys, g5 followed by knight c6 is just a fork. And you cannot stay on this rank to defend the pawn here. So she needs to find g5 here. Yeah, after g5 it's the best to sacrifice the exchange actually. Did it happen? Oh, she did not play it. She did not find g5 here. g5 was winning for black. You're still not over. She'll be up a pawn in the end. If something like this here happens. She's up a pawn, but The other thing was winning. Yeah, that's a little bit hurting. That she did not see that move. Oh, okay, they're also down, so we're getting to the final episode of the game. Oh, who's gonna make the league? Yeah, I think for the Open League, for the Open Bundesliga, it's a done deal that Bad Mergentheim, Mülheim Nord, and Kiel are not making the league. And for this one here, okay, let's have I will check this so I will not give you wrong information. So Bayern Munich actually drew today against Decisive, which gives them 4 points in total. They're still at the bottom of the list with that. Then Hema is playing against Löberitz. And how did Seeblick Deposwalde do? Oh, they're gonna lose. Seeblick Deposwalde is losing, so it really depends on this game here that we're looking at if Löberitz or Hema is making the league, if I'm not mistaken. Do I know what? Is Max winning? No, he's actually losing. He's down 2 pawns in a queen endgame. Or only 1 pawn right now, I see. So we can also check that one again. It's this game here. Max Warmadam, really strong Dutch grandmaster, playing against Leon Liviak. 1 pawn down. But this one here is also hanging. And it looks like this king is also really passive here. Yeah, we can take here. So then we're 2 pawns up. Yeah, so what happened in the last moves is that White took the pawn here, and now it's his turn. So he's trying to get somewhere with his king, but I guess at some point he needs to take this pawn to be able to run through with one of the other pawns. Thank you so much, Vesmu. I appreciate it. Hope you're also following Lichess. So I'm also thankful for Lichess giving me the opportunity to commentate today. Okay, he's just running with his king. He's just going for it. I guess his plan is that he want to give a check and another check to trade the queens. Because the pawn and games are always winning for him. You think White was afraid of stalemate tricks? Because now when the queen gives a check, for example, here we can also go there with the queen, with a check. This is a warrior king, 100%. Really active one. Really inspiring. Like, he's just not taking the pawn. He's just going in, all in with the king. Okay, now it seems like we can also go here. And if you take there, it's mate and 8. Where is the mate? Let me see. There's the mate. That's beautiful. You cannot take the a-pawn. Okay, what happens if you go back? Oh, we just go king f6? That is wild. Oh, we're protecting the square. You don't have any checks anymore. This is beautiful. Wow, okay, this is not easy to see. So here you can play c4, giving up giving up this pawn here, because then it's just forced checkmate. Wow. Yes, c4 is a nice move to play here. Also, Frederick, the game of him ended in a draw. So let's see if he'll play this move c4 here. I mean, he can also play king f6 or whatever, but I think it's so nice that he sacrifices this pawn because he sees that he's just mating him. Oh, he went for king f6. Now he can just go queen e5 because any check will be a counter check with checkmate here. Queen e5, really nice ending here. Really, really nice ending. Yeah, again, you cannot go into the pawn end game because this is just winning for us. Yeah, this is a really nice queen ending. I mean, if you go here, you go somewhere with your queen. And yeah, this happened. Okay, I just want to show you. This happened. And then he went here with a check. So yeah, the king needs to go here. We have another check. If you go back, yeah, how do we do it? This, and then we just trade off the queens, right? Yeah, we just trade off the queens. We just trade off the queens, and he won. He won this game. Leon Liviac won this really beautifully, this queen end game, because normally you're like, okay, you want to hide your king so that you don't get perpetuals, but here actually he just went with his king all the way to mate his opponent, and the opponent did not have a perpetual. That was beautifully played. That was beautifully played, I have to admit. So yeah, that was really impressive, I have to say. I think the cam is a little bit behind. We will see the ending here in a second. Wow, this is really pretty. So I think he's about to resign here. And he did win. Congratulations to Leon. What a nice win here for him. Okay, so let's go back to the most important game today. Here. Will Black manage to win this game? And oh my god, guys, I cannot believe this. This is a draw now. How is this happening? So now a draw on both boards are possible. So that would also mean that Hema would make the league. So this is not winning for white anymore. What happened here? So just remember, this position was completely winning for white here. Going in this rook endgame. Oh, so she needed to be active. She played this too passive. Rook d2. Going for this pawn was more important. And this was it. No. a5 here is better. This is such a complicated rook endgame. I'm gonna just fast forward to what we have right now. Yeah, this is so here rook f2 would have been the rook needs to stay on the f file so that the king cannot come closer. And here we actually have a draw. This is unbelievable that Elena Trunz made this somehow into this position. Her completely was lost for so long. So if she is drawing this position, then a draw here as well is enough. So now white need to win here. I mean, we remember Honorata had a draw earlier. She did not take it because at this time Elena Trunz was still losing. But now the tables turned. Now a draw would be enough for her because Elena Trunz is also drawing her game now. This is intense. Yeah, this game will end soon, I think. Maybe. We don't know. I mean, for sure there's no time left. They're playing on increments, so we'll get our moves fast here. So this is Latvia against Poland match. I mean, there is still chance of white winning this, I have to say. Because this king is really weak. Also, the bishop here is doing a good job. But you can also take here, I guess, if you really just want to draw. So this position you're not gonna lose with black, right? So if she understands now that the draw can be made, she can go for that. She can go for that line. Yeah, she can just take the bishop here. What a finale here. Playing until the really last second. Oh, there's mate on 4 on the board. Mate on 4. We have mate on 4. Where's the mate on 4? Check. King h3. Rook d3. King g4. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where is the mate on 4? You cannot go here because then there's a mate. You have to go here. We have a check here. King g4. Rook g3. King h5. And rook h2 checkmate. We have a checkmate and 4 on the board. Check, check, check. We have a checkmate in 4. She has 50 seconds to find it. If she's finding that means Hema makes the league. There is a mate in 4. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. She did play it. She did play it. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a heartbreaking ending here. She did go for it. So that's why White needed to prevent this here somehow. Like, wow. Yeah, maybe she did not see this. But she straight up went for it. I mean, it doesn't matter if you give the check here and the mate here. But it just made. Wow. She won. Honorata won. And that means Hema, if I'm not mistaken, Hema won yesterday and today. So they have such a strong finish and they should be able to make the league. Not important how this game here is going. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that was a crazy ending here. Suddenly a mate on 4 was on the board. So yeah. That was a crazy turn of events here. So let's have a final look at the results of today. So now we know that at the Women's League, let's do it like this. So here are the results of the Women's League. So congratulations to Bad Königshofen, who should be the champions, even though if they lost today, but they have so many board points that they should be in front of Baden-Baden, who also did not win today. Okay, Baden-Baden did not win today, so they're for sure first, but Hamburg had a big win today with great games of Lepoko Kozu here beating a strong opponent. Then Rodewischer Schachmietzen won against Hagsheide Solingen, still playing, but looks like they're gonna beat Seeblick. So Seeblick will also not make the league. So the teams who are not making the league are Löberitz, who in a heartbreaking finale lost against Hema. Seeblick will also not make it, and Bayern Munich will also not make the league. And the first three places will be first Bad Königshofen, second Baden, and third Schwäbisch Hall. So that's for the Women's League. And then we will go to the Open League here. So we already have most of the results here. So for the men's team, we had a really interesting finale. And I love to see that Düsseldorf is not unbeatable. They won every single match, but not today. Today it was a 4-4 against Viernheim. In between, it even looked like Viernheim could beat them. So if my calculations right, Viernheim should be second and Baden-Baden should be third, but I'm not completely sure because they have the same amounts of points. But I think they have a better board point regulation. And Baden-Baden also won today. So still playing with the last board. And the last three should be Kiel, who withdrew from the league from the beginning, and then Bad Mergentheim, who had their last game today. Really sad they could not make a comeback today because they were not playing. And then Mülheim Nord had to win today against Baden-Baden, which is really, really tough, and they did not make it. So the bottom three are Kiel, Bad Mergentheim, and Mülheim. So yeah, for that, thank you everyone so much for following this finale of the Bundesliga, and we hit the 35,000 mark on Lichess. Follow us. So everyone who's not following yet, make sure to follow. Also give a like if you're watching on YouTube. This really helps us a lot. And yeah, saying that, I'm really happy that all of you watched. and hope to see you again soon. I think Lichess is rating someone now, so I will also rate someone. Someone who is streaming. Let's see who is still live. Yeah, I had so much fun commentating here in the last 2 days. I will rate Asmoada. So she's playing some over the board chess, I think. Oh, we just got the raid from Lichess. Okay, hello everyone. Then I can end the stream there.